Sorry, guys. I was muted. I was saying, are you sure that it's not too loud like this? I bumped it up. It seemed a little bit too strong to me. You know what? Maybe it's not really the music volume. It's just that it's very busy. Now too loud. Okay. We can fix this. Probably this is decent. But I don't know. I'm realizing that I don't feel the chiptune music lately much. I think I'm gonna pivot to the piano radio. Yo, Neuroside, hello. So hello everybody, hello Phil, hello Rishu, hello. Let's pivot to piano. Yeah. That's nice. Very relaxed. Okay. So what should we do? I'm gonna wait a minute more before starting, but a minute. Well, you see the countdown, a few minutes. The idea is to work on some tooling for the static state generator. One thing that I want to start taking a look at is what exactly does it take to have some form of snapshot testing, with the idea being that basically we have a test website. So far, I've been lazily using my website or the Zine official website as a, I guess, test bench. But it's probably not a bad idea to have a like a test website where we use all the features, or like that we use as a collection of features. And then for testing, the idea, Joksan X, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. So the idea is we basically have this website, and we define correct behavior by basically rendering the website, saving in the repository the saved state of the rendered website, and that becomes our golden snapshot. And then every time we make a change, and then when we make a change, we see that there might be a difference or not in the saved snapshot, and then we decide if this change in the output is desirable or not. And obviously, we need to have a lot of coverage, and it's not immediately obvious how to get that. Although we could connect that with code coverage. I don't know if it's worth it, but yeah. I create a default template for common faults as a bonus. I don't think the two things are like super compatible, because the idea is that this website just needs to use all the features and not necessarily in a way that makes sense. And it needs to test every single thing. And so it would be absolutely overwhelming as a test, as a template. So as for the utility of giving somebody a template website, personally, I consider the official Zine website to be that. Like, you look at the official Zine website and you can see a bit of everything. Not every single feature, but it's definitely a decent starting point for making a generic static website. I understand that people want also themes and that kind of stuff, but I think it will have to be somebody from the community that makes that, not me. I don't really see myself as, even having the good taste required to make good things of that kind. So let's not do that. Let's focus instead on this stuff. Yeah, I want to set up snapshot testing. Another thing that I would like to investigate is last time I remember that hello Emlag, hello. So a while ago, people were asking for the ability to render multiple pages inside the same template, and so far this ability is closed off because it is mostly doable. The problem is that I don't. I remember the reason why I have a check that prevents you from being able to do that is because it has bad interactions with asset path management. More precisely, if I remember correctly, the problem is that there's a every time you end up outputting um, an asset, like a link to an asset, then the asset needs. So first of all, you need to compute correctly the output location where that asset will have to be, and every page knows how to do it for itself. But I don't remember how annoying it is to set the stuff up when it's another page that wants to do that. Second, and I think that there might be let's say missing features there, missing logic that would allow you to do that. And the second problem is that there's also dependency tracking in the compiler, and the problem, if I remember correctly, is that we do dependency tracking, I think, at a different stage. And so dependency tracking would not work correctly. So I guess the question is, I'm coming back to Zine after like a few months break. And so I kind of am coming back with a fresh mind. So for example, Mason Remale was using Zine, and like he found a bunch of he tried to do a thing that evidently nobody had tried to do before, and found that a couple bugs. And as I was looking at that code, I realized that I was getting kind of tired by that point, and so my code had bugs in it, and things that I didn't do because I just wanted to, push forward with the main thing. So maybe now coming back, I'll have an opportunity to take a step back, take a second look at everything and see and reevaluate exactly how hard, easy, complicated it is, and what that would entail. It might very well be that I just have things organized in a incompatible way in Zine at the moment. So yeah, maybe my original assessment that I would need to go with first a big rewrite of Zine before being able to enable the feature might be still correct, or who knows? Maybe now that I have a fresh mind again, I can look at it and realize that actually it wasn't all that hard all along. We'll see. Okay. Hello, Caritham. Uh, yo, Rocco Rager. Hello. All the early risers, huh? Yeah. Okay, let's have a chill. Bifredo, hello. Thank you for the resub. Man, I need to put this back in board. So how many months? 54 months. Holy shit. Early, it's 9 a.m. Is it? Let me think for a moment. 9 a.m., that means -6. Oh, so you're on the East Coast. I see. CST. Oh, no, right, because it's late. You're right. I started late. Usually I started at 3 o'clock. Now I'm starting at 4, so, well, around 4. So yeah, makes sense. Okay, cool. So I guess one thing that I was looking at is, if we want to have snapshot testing, we need to also be able to easily, inspect, right, the state of things. So we need a scheme for creating a, yeah, doxing. So now you know his time zone. Yeah, good luck. So we need a way of inspecting and like diffing basically what was before with the new stuff. So I guess the first question is, what diffing tools we have at our disposals? Which one is the most appropriate for the job? I'm seeing that you can just run diff recursively on 2 directories, and it seems to work. So we could look at this. If anybody has if it's in Git, we could leverage Git. We could leverage, I think, diffing a directory. Can we diff the same directory, but 2 different commits? Now that I think about it, technically, it's just, wait, I'm saying something dumb, because at the end of the day, if we are in a repo, we can put the change in place and we diff it against the last commit. Simple as that. That does not seem bad. And so the answer is that at that point, git diff is our tool. What is this no indexing though? Yeah, you know what's interesting is that at the end of the day, it doesn't even have to be like this, because you're like the normal git diff. Like the point is that in the workflow, it will make sense to just diff the uncommitted changes, any potential uncommitted change. So it's like, it's super easy, man. Huh. Okay, so this is trivial. Well, let's add I guess a test thing. What do you need diffing for exactly? You could just use dizzy like Flow does. So I'm referring to basically just visually inspecting how a change in Zine changes the output of a test website. So the idea being, we put a test website inside of Zine, the Zine repository that we use just for testing. We commit not only the source code, but we also commit the generated output. And every time we change Zine, we also take a look at what how that influences the generated output. And as people report bugs, we basically first repro the bug by adding a new branch of the website that stresses that functionality. And so the idea is, sometimes you make changes that you want to legitimately change the output. Sometimes some change in the output might be unexpected. So the idea is, you have this committed and you run some command that overrides those files, and then you run git diff to visually inspect if what just changed matches your expectations or not. I don't know what dizzy is, so I'll take a look. But I suspect you were missing this first part of the explanation. Keeping leaves up to date in a test suite is a big pain. Well, the idea is not to have it as a proper unit test, right? The idea is to just have it as a invocation of Zine, like just building a Zine website, and then we just literally just commit the generated HTML files. So the snapshots are like the actual HTML files. Let me show you what I have in mind. So let's say that we have a directory that I'm gonna call like maybe testing or tests. No, I'm building the dumbest possible version of this. It's not deep waters. I suspect this is going to be very, very shallow waters. And actually, but still very useful. I think there's going to be a huge bang for a super tiny buck. That's my expectation. I might be wrong, but yeah, I think this is going to be easy. So let's call it. Let's call it test sites snapshots. How do we do this? Yeah, let's call it tests. Okay, inside tests, I'm gonna create the first website. So I'm gonna call it. What do we call it? I'm gonna call it simple, and it's gonna be like a simple website because we also have multilingual, right? So I'm imagining that at some point I will want to add a multilingual website. Okay, in here, then I'm gonna have source, and I'm gonna have, I guess, a snapshot. So inside source, I'm gonna put well, I'm gonna need a build.zig file, right? build.zig.zone, mkdir, content, layouts, static, I think, and that's kind of it. Okay, so now I need to put in there all the usual stuff. So where do I take this from? I guess I'll take this stuff from the official website. Why not? Get started. No, documentation. So this is going to be my zone file. And then a file cannot be a tuple. What? Simple test website. Zine is always going to be relative, so it's going to be a path to the Zine in this repo. So we are inside source, go up, we are inside simple, go up, we're inside test, go up, we should be in the right place. Then we need our build.zig file. Oh, right, it's not static, it's assets. I forgot. Okay, so this is it. Then index.md, I need to put something in there. So I need to do my templates and my content file. Let's see. Copy. So this is going to be one. It's going to be index. And my home HTML file is going to be like this. Okay. I'm going to create a keep file in there so that assets exists. This seems it. So I should be able now, in theory, from here to run zig build guess dash p above slash snapshot. So I want to put everything inside snapshot. Again, the idea that what makes this not a framework and simplifies everything is that it's mostly like managed manually. Okay. Watcher, this time Zig Showtime feed was okay, no reposting everything. Well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I imagined because now everything has been updated to the new system, so it won't freak out anymore. But thank you for confirming this. Okay, so I can now I can add tests. And this adds, snapshot index.html and my basically sources. So now I'm gonna commit this. The idea being that now I'm gonna commit this, and I will and that will become part of my, this is gonna be my snapshot. This index.html is my snapshot. So yeah. Okay. So we got our snapshot. Now we need a nice way of invoking this stuff regularly whenever we want to, as part of our testing, right? Test should work like this, I think. Test should try to build all the websites and by default assert that nothing changed inside the snapshot, that the diff should be 0 between what's committed and what is in our like in our staging in our working directory, and that should be a success. If this is not the case, if something has changed inside there and the diff is not clean, then it means that then the test should fail. I think the file has been changed, the test will fail, and we as the developer will need to commit. We will need to visually inspect the diff, and then after visually inspecting the diff and agreeing that everything looks fine, at that point we commit also that change, and then we push afterwards. That seems so easy and so freaking good, man. I should have done this ages ago. Yeah. Okay, so let's go change our build script. The build script of Zine needs to have a test. I think it's tools, the real build script for Zine itself. So in here, we need to create a test step that we don't have. We have build, we have the creation of artifacts and stuff, but we also need we need a test step, which is not going to be a Zig test one. It's just going to be a step that does things. We will call it test, but we'll not do normal Zig style testing. Or you know what? Maybe it could include that. So let's do setup test step, I think, or something along those lines. Let me think. So we have set up server. We have set up fuzzing. Here we set up layout. Layout could have tests. Now let me think about it for a moment. Why do I never cared about running unit tests for this stuff? I never really cared about unit tests for this stuff because most of the logic in isolation is kind of simple. And the big difference is going to be like where bugs lie is in like big integration stuff. So yeah, you know what? I'll worry about unit tests maybe once that becomes a thing that I actually feel like I need or want at least. Since I don't want it now, I'm not gonna do it now. So let's set up testing as as I just described it. So how do we do this? Let's do setup snapshot testing. Do we care about these things? We don't actually care about target not optimized. We care about other stuff. We care about... Actually, we might not even care about anything. So let's just pass B for now. Okay. First thing that we need to do is create a step. So b dot add add step. I don't remember run step. What are these things called? Oh god, I'm not even creating a single one in here. I forget. I forget the syntax, and I'm not even creating one in there. I don't know. I think it's b dot step. I now remember b dot step. Okay, test. So I'm gonna call it just test. Okay, beta step test description builds test websites under test and compares with golden snapshot. Okay, so we have our test step. Then that step depends on basically running the build script of that website. How do we do this? I think we have, I guess, kind of two options. Like one would be to wire them in as dependencies in our Zone script, because we could add every single test website as a dependency and run the script directly. Alternatively, the feasible but junkier option would be to just sub-process and like just call zig build on each one of them and then git diff each one of them. Okay, let me think. I think there are some problems with this approach. Not insurmountable, but there are some. Okay, one problem is can we even have circular dependencies like this at a package level? Because if we add those websites as actual dependencies to our build script here, then we depend on them and they depend on us. And that might be problematic. That seems indeed problematic. I don't know if this is accounted for by Zig. It's probably simpler to just... Hey, Dimoroy, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. I hope you had a good time with your stream. Both you and the audience. So, hello. So for the people who have just joined, welcome. I am working on introducing snapshot testing to my static site generator. You might not believe it, but it is true that I've been working on this project for like more than a year now, and I have users using it, but I don't have testing that guarantees that by me fiddling with a part of the code base, I don't change how the website I don't change the generated HTML of by the static site generator. Um, I don't have this because normally changing things in my static site generator doesn't cause these side effects, but it is a reality. And actually, as I was dealing with a particularly, maybe not super complicated, but like somewhat nuanced bug recently, I had this annoying ping pong when fixing it one way broke another thing, and then fixing that thing broke the original thing until I properly realized that I needed to, handle both cases all at once. And so that was a little bit embarrassing having to do this back and forth with the person that experienced this bug, because if I had proper snapshot testing, I would have caught this sooner. So I think we are now at a point where it's worth making sure that we make steady progress, meaning every time a thing is recognized, we test it in our snapshot testing, and then we realize when it regressed. So I'm now setting this up. There are like some minor technical things that I need to worry about in how all my bit scripts are organized, but it should be pretty cool. So if you stick around, you will see, I'll show you the power of snapshot testing in like within the next hour or so. And as usual, if anybody has any Zig related question, feel free to ask. So here's what I'll do. To keep things simple, I am just going to invoke those builds there and not think about it. I'm not going to try to integrate everything in the cleanest possible way. I will just sub-process. So I guess let's go do that. So it's going to be, I need to scan what's under test, right? So I'm looking at test, and I need to find every single one of the websites. Every folder in there will be a website folder. So I need to detect those. Does this have to be part of the Zine project? Could it be a standalone testing tool to avoid circular build apps? I could put it in another repo, but the circular dependency, keep in mind that this has the work that I'm doing. Well, the dependency in this case is literally just websites that use Zine. They are not like, it's not like a snapshot testing framework. This is like very baseline what I'm doing. There is, by the way, if anybody is interested in snapshot testing as a more general concept, like this snapshot testing that I'm talking about, I'm gonna set up a scheme that is like very precisely tailored to what I'm doing with a static site generator. If you are in a different situation where you want to do snapshot testing for a more general purpose application where you have, the thing that you want to snapshot is not a full website, but something even more granular, maybe. There's let's see, Zig snapshot testing. There is a library that exists already that you might be interested in taking a look at. There we go, called OSnap. So this one basically works this way. You create a test, and in there, your snapshot has to be expressed as a string. And the library allows you to basically easily, like the library helps you mutate those source files, like those test files, to replace the old version of a snapshot with the new one. In my case, since I'm not doing unit testing, it's like more like a big scale integration testing, as in I'm literally building an entire website, not just testing a subcomponent of the static site generator. For me, the snapshot is going to be literally the generated outputs from building the website. So long story short, there's something like this for Zig if you're interested. But in my case, I'm going for something different. So we need to scan folders. Let's do it. So I need to be able to refer to a path in the repo, but not as a lazy path. I need the concrete path where this stuff is. So let's see which concrete paths we have at our disposal, because I'm gonna need some of those. Let's see. Also, graph contains, I think, some of this information. So let's take a look very quickly at what's inside graph. Arena, system library options, system package mode, debug compiler runtime libs, cache, zigzag. For example, zigzag we're gonna need. env map, global cache route, ziglib directory, need lazy dependencies, needed, host, incremental, random seed, dependency cache, allow SO scripts. What's an SO script? Let's see what else is in here. Verbose this, verbose that. Install prefix. Destination dir, libdir, exdir, hdir, install path, sysroot, search dependencies, build root, cache root, args. Okay, so we don't have anything that tells us, hey Toggle, how's it going? It's going well. Actually, you might find mildly entertaining what I'm working on right now. It's a very practical thing that I'm adding to my static site generator. I'm introducing snapshot testing in a extremely basic fashion. It is not Gregory. I know that it's not Gregory and Elsa and Spider-Man, but hopefully it's still going to be entertaining enough. By the way, how are you feeling? I saw that you were streaming at some point earlier today, but then when I got in front of my computer, you were offline. And I remember that you mentioned being sick. Oh, you bailed. I see. Family has COVID. No. Oh no. Yeah. I remember you mentioned this. Yeah, what I wanted to ask is like how if you like how sure you were going to be, but I see that you are like not entirely sure. You can't be sure because I guess it depends on on your kids coughing in your face or something like this. Let's see. Glad to catch the stream. Thank you. How things are good. Interesting to see you using Helix. Only just starting to get into Zig. I love that you have a donate instead of a subscribe button. I think I have both. But if you do press the donate button, that money goes to the ZSF. And what's nice about it is that Twitch doesn't take a cut. Like it's basically, there's actually plenty of ways to donate to the ZSF. But Twitch is like as good as any other in that sense, unless you need receipts. If you need receipts, then there are better ones. But yeah, you solved the issue with Bork. You mean the one with YouTube? No, I did not. I'm being a little bit lazy, so I will fix it. But for now, I'm fine with how things are going. It's still so weird, though. It is really so weird. You know what? The reason why I'm not like super interested into like I want to fix it, but like now I want to do Zine instead is because in any case, man, the integration with YouTube is so crap. I hate it. Like it does not make me feel good. Let's see. Okay, let's do some work. So here I'm gonna do something ugly. I think I basically will basically put the assumption that you're running Zig build from the root directory, and that's just how it's gonna be. I don't think I can easily change this. I'm like, do you know by any chance if there's like a way of knowing the path of the build script that's currently running? No definition found. What did I do? I was looking at what's available in std.build, but it doesn't seem to have. That's dirty. What are you trying to do? I basically want to. Um, I want to run. I have a. I'm preparing a. I'm preparing a list of sample websites that I want to build, and um, and then I want to literally git diff their new versions with versus what I have committed in my repo versus the previously committed snapshot. So if I know the path of this build script, I can, I guess, create a path to where that folder is relative to the location of the build script. But if I don't know that, then I'll just do SCD current working directory and call it a day. In any case, Toggle, by the way, thank you very much for your help in getting me past the Twitch partner barrier. That's really appreciated. I'm also doing other stuff these days. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna stream with MLAG. We're gonna do STD compiler sleuthing. So we're gonna try to find to solve bugs, or you know what, he decides what we're gonna do. I'm fine with everything, but we're gonna work on compiler stuff. Hopefully, people will be amused and entertained, and ideally also learn something. And then gonna cook some food on Steam. You know what? We should have maybe a cook-off sometime. Like he makes what he's good at making. I make what I'm good at making, and then we're gonna be like in two different countries, so we're not gonna be able to do much past that. But one day maybe we should do a cooking show. Yeah. Okay. So const. Yeah, you make pizza, and I'll make beef Wellington. I don't know how to make beef Wellington, and if I have to be honest, it seems overcomplicated. The stress every time somebody opens Wellington and like they open it inside and you don't know what the cooking state is, it seems like overly stressful for just a piece of meat inside some bread thing. Isn't that just beef in pastry? Yeah, but then it's in there. Like it's not super easy to. You know what? I'm just going off by what I've seen. What I'm seeing in like cooking shows. So maybe this was like sold to me in an overly dramatic fashion. But it seemed there was some intensity there. Toad in the hole. What's toad in the hole? Sausage in Yorkshire pudding butter. I see. Okay. So we're gonna open their tests, and we need to be able to iterate. So I think dot iterate equals true. Yeah. Let's go to test there. Okay. So in there, we want to iterate everything in tests, grab every single directory, and then set up a job for every single directory. Let's go do this. So test there dot iterate iterator iter. Oh, come on, man. Oh, you know what? I'm missing a try. That's what the problem is. There we go. Iterate. What does it return? It returns an error, so we need to try next. Okay. And then it gives an optional entry. What's an entry? Let's go figure it out. Give me an entry. It's going to be name and kind. Right. So kind we want is just directory. Everything that isn't a directory, we don't care. So kind of directory. Continue. Then if it is a directory, then what we want to do is run a zig command. Well, wait, was that changing a struct definition based on operating system? Yeah, of course. That's what you do with comp time. That's how we have metaprogramming in Zig. Yes. The struct definition, like this, well, this decal, the value of this decal changes based on the OS. It doesn't even have to be different structs definition. It could be a struct in one case and something that isn't a struct in another case, assuming that it makes sense for your use case. But yeah, in here, yes, macOS, like POSIX things tend to have this. And then let's go take a look at Windows. Haiku. Okay, there's also a section dedicated to Haiku. Linux, Windows. Windows has something different. WASI also has something different. So yeah, each one defines different fields and also different built-in functions that you can call on them. Yo, Foxne, hello. I hope you're doing well. I am, thank you. I was checking out Zine and I was curious about the cross-platform file watching. Is this something I could borrow for general file watching in my own program? Yes, you're gonna get all the good and bad though. So I would put it this way: there, in that code, I am leveraging the assumption that I have like an input directory. Sorry, well, I have some input directories and a output directory, and I'm treating them in slightly different ways because that's how it makes sense to do things for my static site generator. If your use case is not structured that way, if you don't have input directories that trigger a process that then potentially changes what's in output, that then needs you to do something different. If you have a different scheme where you, for example, you don't have the distinction, then the core logic, like the OS interfacing logic, you can borrow, but you might need to restructure things. So just be aware of this. Yeah, the truth is that MLAG is a man of very wide horizons. He has a very wide set of interests, not just chicken. Chicken happens to be one of his major interests, but it's just one. So it's definitely a mischaracterization to just box him as the chicken guy. Chicken is just one of the many things that he enjoys. Okay, so what were we saying? So I'm gonna just run a command, right? So const build site is gonna be b.add add system command. Oh, that's fun. Is there like add zig invocation or something? Or is it just add system command? There's run artifact. There's no run compiler, I'm guessing. I mean, understandably, it's kind of a dumb thing to do. I may be one of the few people that has like such dumb requirements. Oh man, add fail. How much I desired add fail in the past. Yep, okay, add system command it is. Okay, what's the system command? The system command is gonna be the system command is gonna be b.graph.zig exe. So we're gonna invoke zig, and we're gonna invoke build, and then we're gonna invoke -p, and then -p is gonna be, oh, we might want also to change the current work directory to inside that directory. Yeah, we might want to do that. Okay, so p is gonna be since we're gonna change the working directory to where that build script is, then it's gonna be up one level snapshot. Okay, and then build site dot set cwd, a lazy path. Oh, so build root is where the build but is that where the build script is, or is that, I mean, it's still ugly. It's, I'm in a weird situation. It's still ugly, but okay, so you're saying, wait, what's the difference between these two? Let me think about it for a moment. I mean, obviously the difference is that they might not be the same. Is build root where the build file is, well, where the build script is? Is that correct? If that's the case, then yeah, that's exactly what I needed. Okay, so the build root is where the build script is. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I looked at it. Well, SDFS. What am I doing? What is it? Graph? No, directly. Okay. The reason why I didn't immediately recognize. Oh man, I should have just read the fucking comment. It's because it was a cache directory. I looked at the type and said, "Oh, it's something inside the cache." Then never mind. But no, it's not that. Okay, cool. So yeah. So we invoked Zig. We invoked the build script. We pass in snapshot. We set the CWD as the what is it? The entry.name. Although entry.name is not going to be no, this might not be, this is going to be just a relative path, I think. So we need something more. So we need b dot path join, and we end with entry.name, but before that we do b dot build root dot path. Hopefully that is a thing. Let me double check. It is. It does have path. Oh, it's an optional dot question mark. Let's assume that it's always there. If it's not, then I've set up my, this is for me. Like, I'm the only user. Like, Zine developers are the users of this API. So if they did something weird, I don't know, it's on them. So that, and then tests, and then the entry name. So yeah, and then actually we want that to be inside source. Perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so with this we set the CWD. It is perfect because this also simplifies the memory management for entry.name. Because I believe that entry.name entry.name, oh, is it dot there? Dot handle. Okay. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, iterator name, the name belongs to the iterator, right? This guy has a buffer. Yeah. This is probably written somewhere. Iterate assume first iteration. Like iterate but will not reset the directory cursor before the first iteration. They should only be used in cases where it is known that the dir has not had its cursor modified yet. I mean, yeah. Okay, but we need to make a lazy path out of these. So, how do you turn a concrete path into a lazy path? In the past, you could do it more easily. Now, oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't even need this because this is also correct. So this works actually. The idea being the path is going to be yeah, test entry name, like it's like project relative, so that works. So we see WD in there, we run this. So actually running it means adding a dependency, so we want to do actually, you know what, yeah, we run this. Let's not put a dependency yet on the top level run step first. We need to do this, and then we need to create a second step that we want to care about. We want to run git diff. So we want to do const I don't know, like run diff, all diff. Yeah, just diff. So b.add system command, and the command is going to be some invocation of git diff. I think that I've done this already. I've done something of this kind, I think, in the Ziglang website. Although it's in a YAML file. I think it's in update Zig sponsors. In here we do git diff -- quiet. And so what this is saying is if the git, I think this returns a success exit code only if there is no diffing. Otherwise, it will fail. And if this, so what the code here does is basically saying, actually, no, let me think about it for a moment. These or this. I guess you know what? Why am I looking at YAML to answer questions? You never learn anything from YAML. Just do the thing yourself, right? So if I do git diff, quiet on test / simple / snapshot / well, let's just do it on holo snapshot. what's in fish? Status. Okay, so I run this, and status is going to be 0. But let's say that the snapshot is different. Status is going to be 1. Okay. What if I do it without quiet? Without quiet, it's a success exit code. What if there is no difference? Then it prints nothing. And the status is 0. So is quiet the only way of getting a non-zero exit code? So synopsis, description, patch, no patch, unified, output indicator, row, patch, non-indent, heuristic, minimal, patience, histogram anchored, diff algorithm, stat, compact summary, num stat, short stat, cumulative, summary, patch with stat. Check. One, if changes introduce conflict markers or white space errors. What are considered white space errors is controlled by core white spacing configuration. Okay, so no, that's something different. Ignore. Exit code. Make the program exit with code similar to diff1. That is, it exits with 1 if there are differences, and 0 means no differences. That's what we want. We want diff dash exit code. Fuck, did I mess up? I did not. Okay, so it was just the dash help stuff. Perfect. Okay, exit code is the flag that we want. What's going on here? So git diff exit code, and then we want to diff so we want to diff oh, I guess we can pass in as a lazy path. Basically, I guess this is gonna be the same thing, kinda. Now that I think about it, it doesn't. So what I was thinking originally is that we run one website and then we diff it, and then we run another website and then we diff it. But in reality, we don't care. We are actually perfectly fine with running all of these tests and then only diffing all at once the entire like test subdirectory at the end, and that should be perfectly fine. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, that is actually pretty sweet. So there's gonna be this like final diff command. I'm gonna define it up here. So here's the diff command, and we do diff dot add directory arg. And the directory arg is going to be b dot path tests, basically. And then we do test step dot depend on diff dot step. Yep. Okay, so running the test step wants to be able to run this command. So because of this line says to run this step, you need to be able to run this. But then what we do later is we say, yeah, well, you want to be able to run the diff command. As a prerequisite to be able to run the diff command, first you have to have built every single test website. So we do build site. We do diff dot step dot depend on build site dot step. There we go. You don't have to do this every single time in the Zine build system. Most of the time, normal composition will actually not require you to do this backward thing in a sense, because normally if a thing depends on something else, it does so because you basically generate like a artifact that's somewhere in the cache that generates like a lazy path, and then you pass that lazy path as an argument to the other thing. But in this case, these guys don't communicate by passing into one another paths and like generated artifacts. They work in a different way because we're doing something funky. But yeah, so this should be pretty much it. We invoke Zig build on each one of them, and then we you know what's annoying though, that if we do it this way, we're gonna end up building Zine a bunch of times, and that is wasteful. I think I want to disable local cache. Mlug, if you're still around, what's the appropriate way of disabling local cache for this use case? Because again, so while hoping that Mlug is still around, the idea is this, right? We're gonna cd into different directories. There's gonna be, well, and I don't need to draw. I can show you with the tree. We're gonna cd into each one of these guys, and there's gonna be like if we go see this, there's only one for now. There's only gonna be simple. So we cd into this guy and we build this guy, but then we're gonna cd into another guy and we're gonna build that other guy. And if we do it this way, then we're basically gonna use the local cache of this directory and then the local cache of the of another one of these guys directory, like a different one. And then we're gonna end up building Zine multiple times, once for each project. So I just don't want local cache. What I want is the ability to override this. I think there's like an environment variable, but I don't know if it's documented. Zig env help. Yeah. It's this guy. Okay, so help probably does nothing. What we want is it's like local cache there. What do we do with local cache there? I guess we could just set it to any random like dot thing and it's gonna be fine. Let's see. Can do set env, add env. How does it work? Step run, pub function, set name, enable test runner mode, add artifact arg, prefix, blah, 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 file arg, output file arg, add arg, set std in, set cwd, clear environment, add path dir, add path dir. What does that mean? Oh, it's like add a directory to path. to the path environment, get env map, set environment variable. That's what we want. Key is going to be zig local cache. And we're going to set it to, oh, really is a normal string. Oof, we can't use a lazy path there. That sucks. That sucks indeed. That sucks indeed. I guess we can do this. This should work, I think. So this in theory should put a cache directory, local cache dir. This in theory should put a cache directory inside tests. That should be fine, although and even going up even one more level should be even preferable, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this goes. So we say that the diff step depends on this one. So we run diff, and so yeah, if it fails, the diff will print out a diff. Let's test this. Let's actually test this for real. So I'm in Zine. I'm gonna run zig build test. Let's see. Let's see if I have programming errors in there. Okay, something already went wrong. Let's see. Fail to delete. File not found. Oof. I think we're doing a bad to Zig. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe that is a problem. Maybe we cannot share the cache directory this way. Okay, let me try. Let me do this so that it's not the same one. Maybe this was part of the problem. There's a concurrency problem because we are running a build and we're asking while running the build to run another build. But no, it seems problematic. Warning compilation. Yeah, so we're not doing great in that sense. Although, you know what? Okay, let me try one last thing. Let's remove zig cache. Let's remove zig cache from there. Okay, let's see what happens now. I would expect the errors to remain. I don't think those will go away. But just to be sure, let's try from a clean slate. Yeah. Okay, so the errors remain. Okay, let's undo this. Let's remove one of these guys. Maybe giving a relative path is a very bad idea. You know what? Probably giving a relative path is a very bad idea now that I think about it. Oh well. Okay, let's try with this other setup. Okay, still same problem. Let's try this. b.path join. Oh, you know what I'm also realizing? Maybe Maybe another problem is that I should not be passing in. I should not be specifying also zig cache. Maybe that is another problem. Maybe I should specify the directory where zig cache lives. Well, I guess we'll find out now. Okay. Fail to spawn and capture SCDO from user zig blah 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 dev files zig file not found. So this is kind of working, but why are we failing to spawn zig? Why is it saying file not found? Because that's exactly like that's zig. What the heck, man? How did I bungle this? Add a system command. argv. I mean, I mean, how is it unable to spawn it? So test, run git. Well, this should be called git diff. And then run failure. Fail to spawn and capture SCDIO from zig file : file not found. File not found. So the error, as I understand it, seems to imply that it's having trouble finding zig itself. What if it's just the help command that we're trying to run? What about then? But oh no, so it does run it. So we did actually execute zig help. So that worked. Hello, Temporus. Hello, hello. What is the problem then? So we can run zig help. This works. Then why do we think that we error out? Yeah, you're right. Jerry, you're a lifesaver. Thank you. I'm a dum-dum. Let's see. Still file not found. But you know what? In reality, even if I did, it should create it. Now that I think about it, yeah, you see, it created sharp shot. So that file not found thing is coming from somewhere else. I was wondering what a Zig guy could struggle in with Zig. I saw the build step and it all makes sense. Well, what I'm doing right now is something kind of unorthodox. I'm basically trying to set up a testing system for my Zig project where I'm trying to run a bunch of other build scripts, and it's kind of self-referential and weird what I'm doing. So normally I don't have issues with the build system. To be clear, the Zig build system, my it took me a while to get used to the Zig build system. When it was originally created, there was a non-trivial amount of time where I just did not internalize how it worked. Then after a while, after needing to use it and starting to get used to it, and also it being improving a lot, there is a abstraction in the Zig build system right now called Lazy Path. It is amazing. Like, lazy paths are genius, and they help they help really streamline usage of the build system a lot. And so after that, after an initial friction that I experienced, I now really like the build system. Like, it makes a lot of sense. And so, but now I'm trying to do some fuckery, because I'm running a build script, but then I'm sub-processing another execution of Zig to build another thing, which, to be clear, the build system normally knows how to do this stuff in an integrated manner. Like, you declare another Zig package as your dependency, and so the build system will know how to invoke the other build system, and it will grant you access to the other build system in a very nice semantic way. It's not just through subprocessing. But in this case, I'm purposely doing it the manual way, because I'm writing a framework and then my test thing depends on it. So I have like a circular dependency loop. It's very weird. So normally, like, what you see me do here, like sub-process an invocation of Zig build, if you have this in your project, chances are that it's wrong, that you should not be doing it. I'm just in a very weird situation right now. Exactly. I'm building my framework. My thing is a static site generator. So I'm building my snapshot testing step builds those websites and then runs git diff on the output to see what has changed. So once I get it working, you will see how it looks like. It's gonna be like pretty cool. And at the end of the day, it's not that many lines of code. It's just that I'm doing like a couple weird things. So this here says failed to spawn and capture CDIO from Zig file not found. But that's actually not true. Let's see. I gave Zig another shot, and I finally figured out why I could not use system packages. The Zig toolchain has trouble finding the correct paths on Solus OS. That might be the case. Like, if your OS has some like funky setup, Zig might not know how to access it. I think in general, if you have pkg config, installed, Zig will know how to use it to get information about dependencies. But then also, if your OS has, non-standard names for libraries, or I know non-standard sounds like an accusation more than what I mean for it to be. But like, if the build script doesn't account for differences that your distro might have, whenever a distro deviates from the norm, then yeah, there might be a problem. So I guess double check if you have package config, and if you don't, then you will have to wire in your system paths manually. Yes. Also be aware that some of this doesn't necessarily need to be baked into the script, because some of this stuff is meant to be parameterizable by the user, or rather, the choice of whether using a dependency that the build script builds itself versus using a system dependency, that is also something that can be parameterized, but might not everybody. It's a relatively new thing in the build system, so not everybody might have implemented it. If either the build script assumes that you will have that dependency available system-wide, or you have properly used the correct flags to tell the build system, the build script, not the build system, but the build script, like that specific build script that you're using to use a system dependency, then at that point, you will have a way of also personalizing, import paths, that kind of stuff, without needing to modify the script, in theory, I think. The Zig build system needs a ton of improvements to make Zig viable. It's a tough point when trying to sell the idea of Zig to anyone. What improvements do you have in mind? Man, I don't know how to pronounce your name. BRZ Dingle. Not to say that the build system does not need improvements. I'm sure there are like a lot of use cases that are not covered yet properly. It needs also more documentation, but it can do a lot of stuff already. I don't know if you've seen all your code base. So if you go to github.com/allyourcodebase, we have a bunch of C and C++ projects packaged with the Zig build system that you can use. To be clear, the packaging is not necessarily, always top-notch quality, because people package things based on their needs. I myself have been guilty of creating a package of a C project where I just bothered to replicate only a specific, build configuration that I cared about. Not specific to a target, but sometimes these things allow you, to have static linking, dynamic linking, and whatnot. And in my case, I just needed one specific thing, and so that's the only thing that I implemented. So again, I'm not selling this as the super top high quality packaging, but it does show that you can these things work. So you can package a bunch of stuff. I think one example to make the build system simpler, for example, the run step takes 3 lines of code. I think this could be done in 1 line. The run step takes 3 lines of code. You're referring to this one? Well, it could take only 1 line. Look at this one. I'm assuming that by run step, you mean running a system command. So running a system command only needs, well, okay, you know what? Here it needs 2 because, okay, and I get what you mean. Like, why does this need 3 things? So here it's because I need to pass in a path that isn't just a normal string. And here I need to set up dependency tracking because this command isn't being fed a output path of another command that builds stuff in the build system. So I'm doing funky stuff, but normally what you would do, it would be like 2 lines basically, because you would have the hard-coded, parts of the CLI argument, and then you would probably run whatever your system command is doing. You would run it on a output path that was maybe, an artifact that you generated from the build system. And at that point, if you do that, if your system command consumes a output path of another command, at that point, this step is not necessary anymore, because by depending on the output path of another command, that automatically defines, sets up the dependency tracking. In this case, the problem is that none of these things has a dependency relationship with these commands that the build system can observe directly. And so I have to manually wire things as one dependent to another. There's also another argument to be made that sometimes it's your choice if you want certain commands to be, especially ones in a loop, if you want them to be run in parallel or you want them to be run serially. Generally speaking, like for example, the way I'm setting this up, every single website build invocation is completely independent from the others. So they all will run in parallel, which generally is probably what you want. Like if things don't depend on one another, you do want to run them in parallel, but actually not all the time. Sometimes you might have a reason, like a human reason to say, you know what, as a human, I want, for example, it's a choice that one could make where you say, you know what, let's assume that they have multiple websites that have problems in them. I actually don't want to be blasted by all of them all at once. I just want to deal with them one at a time. And so I will purposely set up these things in a serial fashion. And you do that by basically saying that every single one of them, like the first one, you create the first one, and then you do the second one depends on the completion of the first one, etc. So you create like a linked list in a sense. And so that way, this will be run serially. So to have that level of control, you need the ability to set up dependency chains manually this way. But again, for the last time, I'm doing weird stuff. Normally, you don't use this as much. Occasionally, you will use it, but most of the time, you just pass in lazy paths. Like a system command will have a output path argument, and so that's then what you give to another command, and that does the natural dependency tracking, like the naturally correct one. Anyway, so here's what I'm gonna do at this point. Let's do -- verbose, and let's see what verbose says. CD Zine test source. Oh shit, there's a zig cache directory in there. Oh, here's the problem. Okay. The problem is that we created a zig cache directory in there, and that's causing stuff to poop itself. Okay. So I guess we want to remove it, but we also want to explicitly skip it. So if entry.name at 0 is a dot, then continue. We also want to skip it if it's a cache directory. So the verbose command is allowing us to actually see what's going on. And we just discovered basically, I think, what the problem is. The problem is that by looping, there we go. By looping over every single directory, we were looping also over a .zig cache directory that isn't structured like our test example. So that's what was causing problems. So let's also remove it for good measure. So now we can run this, and it works. Nice. Okay, so let's simulate. Let's simulate snapshot testing in action, I guess, at this point. So how do we do this? Here's an example. So our snapshot shows that we're using the strong tag for emphasis. We're not using, I think it's B for bold. We are using strong. That's a choice that I made in my static site generator at some point, but one that I think we can change. Let me see. Well, we can certainly change, but I think we can change by changing Zine code instead of a dependency. So, instead of strong, we change this to B. That's a choice that one could make. So we do zig build test. Ooh, we're also building everything in release fast. We should not be building stuff in release fast. We should be building stuff, I think, in... actually, that's debatable. In any case, there we go. Here's snapshot testing in action. So our diff shows that now our snapshot has changed. Now it's different. So I run zig build test. I get a diff of my test websites. I only have one for now, but I could have more. So we look at the diff, and then as a human, I say, well, is this change intended? Do I want this change to take place? And and depending on this, then now what I'm gonna do is basically commit this. This build failed, by the way. The build script fails. So when there is a change in the snapshot data, well, in the like committed golden snapshot data, we get a build failure. So if this goes up to CI, this is going to be a failure because there's basically a difference in generated outputs that we did not explicitly agree to. So now the workflow would be: I don't push this. In theory, if I was a good boy and I actually ran this test correctly, I don't push. I actually commit this change in my snapshot, and then after I commit, then the build test will succeed. In my case, for now, I don't want that. I'm happy with strong. So I will revert the change. Test again. And we're happy. Yeah, that's really cool. That is really cool. And it was so simple. It was so simple all along. Holy shit. It was so fucking simple all along. You know what? I think that this should even be something that Zine offers as a feature that you can use, not just use it locally in here. Let me think about it for a moment. How do we do this? You should be able to do website tests, although it does require you to commit your website, like the built version of your website. So you might not want to do this. Yeah, I think this is a useful recipe, but I don't think there is a universally good way of offering this functionality to a user. This is awesome. I'm so happy with this. Man, it's not even that many lines, and it just works so well. And you know what? Maybe while I'm not super convinced, you know what? We shouldn't do release though. We should do debug mode. So how do we do this? I think it's. I don't think I can just pass. Can I pass standard release options? I don't think I can. So what I need to do is in my tests, in the build script, I need to do debug through. Yeah, I need to do debug through so that I can accept those flags. This is cool. Terminal hinting a string for next step will complete the cycle. Its user now has the next command to commit directly, keeping all discarded changes. I think it's fine. I mean, this is for Zine developers, which so far it's like me and occasionally somebody else, but not that many people. So I feel like, personally, I feel like this is as clear as it needs to be for me. I could see somebody else maybe wanting to do more for themselves. But so at the moment, for now, for me, the next big thing would be to get debug. So how do you specify debug in Zine? I think this is non-standard, right? It's actually in here that we do it, right? So there's scope. So you can pass scope to the build script. Target optimize. Oh no, it does accept the standard optimize stuff. Right. But the question is, how does this integrate with this, I guess? How do we do integration? Let's see, website, serve, port. Default Zine options, there we go. If it's debug, it adds ddebug, right? So we want ddebug and then potentially dscope. So we assume that ddebug is always true there. And then we say, we do ddebug. And then what about scope logging? Do we care about that? Do we care about scope logging? We might. I guess it's gonna be. So how do we do the other options in here? We do this. Hmm. And it's gonna give me one of these guys. This should be scopes. No, I can't do plus plus. So build site, add args. And this causes errors? What? Okay, let's see which errors we're gonna get. Option scope declared twice. Hey Ninjatron, yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, god damn it. I had it already. Okay, so I just passed down scopes. Yep, I can demo it for you if you want. I'm in a pretty good state. It's actually so simple. I'm such a moron for not having done this earlier. It's so easy. Yo! Okay, so, oh, this is interesting. So, by organizing the content this way, what's happening is that we're also diffing the website sources. Do we care about diffing website sources? Should we care about diffing website sources? You know what? I this is not something that I thought about initially, but it is not a bad idea. I'm up for it. So let's see. No, why is this taking so long? Oh no. What did I pull in? Wait a second. Oh, that's what happened. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that's a whoopsie. So it turns out that yes, you have also to specify .zig cache. Okay, let's see if they can all share the same cache directory. I think they can. That should not be a problem. But well, they were already. Okay, so perfect. Yes. Okay, so I do ga dot gc, and then I say oh, there's also sharp shot. Let me let me delete uh let me delete sharp shot. Okay. New file zine git.ziggy. Oh, we also have s. So no. Wait, where the heck is s? Oh, inside zine. Oh, right. These are also all their temp files that we create. Okay. There we go. There we go. And so now if I run Zig build test, it works. Awesome. So yeah, okay. I said that I was going to demo this stuff for Ninjatron. I don't think I did. So let me do the demo. Okay, right now I'm in a clean state, right? Zig build test, and it does nothing. So then now I open my I open Zine and I change something in how Markdown gets rendered. So I decided that I want, for example, you know what? Paragraphs. Why should they be P's? Oh shit, never mind. Paragraphs are complicated, so I'm not gonna change it. Let's change, for example, test. Why should test be just test when it could be banana and then test? Something stupid. So I run Zig build test now. This rebuilds Zine and then re-renders all the websites. I only have one for now. And now you can see that in my diff, by diffing the test subdirectory, you can see that what previously was your SuperMD content goes here now has become prefixed with a bunch of bananas. Now the question is, now in my development workflow, the idea is, should I accept this or should I not accept this? And it depends, right? Sometimes you are making changes where the change is wanted, and sometimes it's not wanted. So I will inspect how a change that I made impacts my test websites. And if I like the change, I will commit this file. So I will create a new commit with this file and then push everything together. If I don't, then if I see a change that has something in it that I don't like, then I will say, well, you know what? I regress something. Now, this is a silly example because it seems pretty obvious, right? To understand whether a change that I made is desirable or not. But some other times, there's some more convoluted code. For example, code that prints a table of contents where it's not immediately obvious if what you're doing will work out correctly for every use case. So I guess now it's a matter of adding interesting stuff to my test websites so that we can, properly guarantee that these features don't regress. So here's what I'll do now. What I'll do now is I'm gonna take this website and add more stuff to it. So I guess this is also part of the development workflow. It's just like the other way around. Now I will change the website's source code, which will still make this, or I'm gonna revert this change, and then we're gonna go back to a successful, like the test will pass again. But then I'm gonna change the website source files, which will require me to, if I run Zig build tests at that point, what will happen is that I will be required to commit that I confirm, like to commit code to confirm that the new source code, the new changes in my test websites and the corresponding generated output are what I expect. So let's go do that. Okay, so that is back to normal. Then, okay, what do we want to test? Let's put some headings, right? H1, H2, H3. Lorem ipsum. Three. Okay, so this is simple. Let me create another file. Test simple source content. Then this is gonna be sections. H3 is not H3. Oh, I'll fix that in a moment. Thank you. SMD. So this one is going to be sections instead. So this is going to be a section. Okay, so I have, these guys are sections in this case. I'm going to remove this. Instead of index, we're going to use something different. We're going to use like a sections HTML file. So let's go, I guess let's go touch that. So index.html, I'm going to copy it. New one, source. What am I doing? No, test/simple tests. Simple source layouts sections.html. And here, instead of printing the page content, we're gonna loop over its sections. So we're gonna do loop over page.content sections. By the way, if somebody here has never seen this stuff with Zine, be ready to be amazed, because you can't do this with, as far as I know, pretty much any static site generator out there, or the mainstream ones. I'm sure that people have made these and even fancier things for themselves as like custom built static site generators, but like Hugo and company, they can't do this. So I'm gonna take the page, look at all the content sections, and then I'm looping over them. And for each one of them, I'm gonna do H2, and I'm gonna do section like this. Section begin. I'm gonna do section end. And then in the middle, I'm gonna do div. And I'm gonna do HTML equals loop.it.html. So this prints the content of a section. And then this is not enough. We're gonna do more. We're gonna put a table of contents. Yes, more testing. Although, you know what? In this case, I'm going to use a CTX node. CTX is a special node in Zine that renders to nothing. So it's basically a way for you to inline stuff. But you need an element to specify, like inserting stuff in a template in Zine is driven by elements. So you're not allowed to, randomly open a curly brace and do weird shit in a random place. It has to be valid HTML. So CTX is an element that allows you to plop something in some place, but then when rendering, the CTX tags will disappear. So I'm basically about to inline content inside div. Okay. Did I set everything up correctly? Sections, MD, one section HTML. Let's see what happens. Markdown syntax error. Let's see. Field not found. Sectin. Syntax error. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so here's what happened now. That snapshot index.html is different. Now we have this. This is the extra content that I put on the homepage. So let's take a look if it's correct or not. So I wish this would be pretty printed, huh? This gets squished a lot. So that is annoying. But let's see. So this is like this. This is like this. Oh, you know what's missing? We're missing a flag. I think we need new files. Is this it? The problem is that the other files are not committed at all, so they should also show up in the diff. They're part, like new files are part of the diff. They should not be ignored. Freak, it's not new files. New file? Maybe? Freaking git diff. Patch, no patch, output, row, patch this, no indent heuristics, patience, anchored, diff algorithm, stat, short stat, cumulative, summary, Z, name only module, color, no color, color moved. Word diff. No renames, rename empty, check, full index. Instead of the first handful of characters, show the full pre and post image blob object names in the index line, okay? Abrev, find copies harder, irreversible delete. What? Oh, you know what I might be thinking? Actually, I don't know what I might be thinking. Maybe I'm thinking of, yeah, the flag doesn't exist. Maybe I'm thinking of normal diff, not the git one. I think the problem is that these files are just not even added to the index. Wait, but wait. Cancel. There's a like no index flag. Where is it? I think I saw it. Did I full index? Am I going insane? Oh, look at it. No index. So changes between the working tree and the index or tree changes between. Okay, in any case, no index is in here. So it was at the very top. Let's see. No index. No index. This form is to compare the given two paths on the file system. You can omit the no index option when running the command in a working tree controlled by Git, and at least one of the paths points outside the working tree, or when running the command outside the working tree controlled by Git. This form implies exit code. Why does it imply exit code? No idea. But okay, you know what? I probably need to read more about. I need to read these different invocation styles. That's where the answer probably lies. But I need a quick bathroom break first. So give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay, I'm back. So what is the right invocation of Git? You know what? I might be, I don't know. Let's see. Um, this form is to view changes you made relative to the index staging area for the next commit. In other words, the differences that you are what you could tell Git to further add to the index, but you still haven't. You can stage these changes using git add. This form is to compare the given two paths on the file system. You can omit the no index option, blah, blah, blah. -- cached. This form is to view the changes you stage for the next commit relative to the named commit. Typically, you would want comparison with the latest commit, so if you do not give commit, it defaults to head. If head does not exist, e.g. unborn branches, and commit is not given, it shows all stage changes. If merge base is given instead of commit, use the merge base of commit and head. Relative to the named commit, I guess this compares to different commits. More commit-related stuff. It feels like what I'm asking is not supported. It seems to me that it is not. There is no way of telling it to diff against to not ignore files that are not. I don't know what the word for that would be. Yeah. You know what? I'll try one last thing. I'll try asking ChatGPT or one of those things if they have suggestions. But it seems that it's not doable. What's the objective? I'll explain this in a moment. Okay. So here's the problem. No. Zing build test. So the problem is okay, let me undo this change. That's wrong. So the problem is that I have basically, I'm making a snapshot testing system. I made some changes to source files in my tests subdirectory. And the problem is that it is correctly picking up on changes done to files that were already committed and that did change in the meantime, but it is not picking up new files. What I would have liked for it to do is that it would see, like if I do 3 tests, you will see that I don't have in snapshot only index, but I also have sections index.html because I've created a second content file and a second temp layout for it. The problem is that these files were not added to Git yet, right? These are untracked files. So let's see if we can do this. Git diff and untracked files. Can you use git diff on untracked files? You can do git add-n the file or intend to add, which adds a zero-length blob to the index at the location. The upshot is that your untracked file now becomes a modification to add all the content to the zero-length file, and that shows up in the git diff output. Jesus. Sadly, as pointed out, you can't git stash while you have an intent to add file pending like this. Oh my god. I guess I could do dash dash cached. So I guess I could do this. I could run git add on tests, and I could do diff dash dash cached. Let's do this. So I add cached, but first I need to do git add. So I need another system command. Um, okay, this should not be bad. The problem now is that we want to do this diff diff dot step dot depend on. We want to depend on git add. And then these guys want to actually depend on git add, not on diff. Because we need first to run all these things, then we need to git add everything that happened there, and then we can finally diff. Let's see. So you want to compare against something not in the index or comment history? Yes, it should show up as a wholly new file. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's yes, this is it. Let's see. Hey, Knut Walker, thank you very much for the $42 to the ZSF. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can get the behavior they want. Yes. This is it. This is the exact behavior that they wanted. So let me clear so that we don't get confused. This is the exact behavior that they wanted. So I ran Zig build test, and since I made changes, in this case, I made changes to the snapshot stuff, I will see everything that changed. So this was a pre-existing file, and we changed it because we added more content. So let's validate it. There's an H1 followed by a paragraph that contains lorem ipsum 1, then H2, which is an H2, followed by lorem ipsum 2, then an H3, which is an H2, and then lorem ipsum 3. Did I not fix this? Please don't tell me that I left this fucking bug in Zine up until now. Seriously? Wait. What? What if it's an H4? What happens on first build? Is this an artifact of... Let's reset the cache. Let's see what happens now. Because it seems it's not picking up changes, but it's really weird if that's the case. It still prints H2. Out of curiosity, let's go into the directory. I'm also realizing now that this setup doesn't work because I'm having the cache directory be shared by multiple websites, and yeah, Zine is not designed for that, so that's also a problem. It's still an H2. Oh, wait a second. I modified the wrong file. Okay. Right. This is not the file. It's the other one. Which I did modify, but I failed to save. I forgot to save it, so that's the problem. Okay. I'm not insane. So H2, and then H3 is an H3. Perfect. So yes, we validated that this thing is what we expect. Then, yes, there's like a wholly new files. So we added a new source file that contains sections, and we rendered it with this new layout. This stuff is not super interesting, although I do think it's good for it to show up in the diff, because if you did change it, then you need to be aware of that. But let's see the output. So the output is going to be table of contents, a UL that contains an LI H1 that contains a UL that contains an H that contains a H2 that contains a UL that contains an LI with an A, yes, and then the UL closes, and then the LI closes, and then the UL closes. Is it just me, or I think we're missing a LI closing? Because this UL closes this UL, but this LI is not being closed. It's not the end of the world because this will be rendered correctly. Like, this is actually correct HTML. But this shows that, but that was not my intent. So I have a bug in my table of content logic. Maybe I should open it. Yeah, this is correct. But there's a bug. You think it's correct? I think it's unbalanced. Like, there's an UL that opens here, and a UL that closes there, but then an LI opens, and everything else is nested inside this LI. So if this were to be the correct LI, then this leaves out two ULs. So I think there's a missing LI in here. If you add a file to the staging area, then subsequent diffs will only be against the most recent version in the staging area. Are you only adding the new files once? No, so in my case, it turned out to be another problem, but this seems the behavior that I want. So, as a test, let's change a file. So let's change this file here, and let's make this H3 become an H4. This time I will edit the correct file. So this is the correct file now. This is now an H4. Let's rerun zig build test. and this should show me an H4 now, and it does show me an H4. So it is correct because I'm re-adding in any case this stuff to the staging area every time I change it. Sorry, every time I run zig build test. That also reruns git add. So this all seems perfectly correct. Okay, let's look at the rest. So there's a bug in my table of contents logic. It's fine, nothing terrible. So for now, I'm fine with it. Then let's see, there's an H2. Then there's a div, and then it contains another div. This is the outer div that I put in the layout. This contains another div that contains H1, like ID H1. Then there's an actual H1 that contains a link. That links to itself. Then closes the H1, and then there's a paragraph, and then the two div close. So this is correct, and so are the other ones. So this is all well and good, basically. Neat. These are the new source files. So I'm happy with this result. So what I will do is, let's see, git status. I have already staged everything in tests. Man, this is actually good behavior. Like, I do want that. I do want everything in tests to always, like, if I change something in there, it needs to be staged. Because it's important it stays in sync with what I commit. So I do GA dot because I change also the build script, and I'm doing like more, basically I'm doing like more snapshot tests, more tests, more test coverage, I guess. And this is it. Now here's another thing that I can do. CI, guess what? Instead of zig build, we run zig build test. Beautiful. So I think this instrumentation is so freaking simple and so worth it. Holy cow. So now every time I have like a behavior that I want to debug, I can make a snapshot test for it and enshrine in stone that the behavior, when things are structured a certain way, that's the behavior that we expect to have. And if I decide to change the rules, it's fine because the snapshot will be automatically changed, and so I won't have to edit it manually, and I would just have to review the changes and agree with the new code, basically. That is pretty much it, I would say. The only thing that would make this setup better is if either I were to output generated HTML from Markdown with like new lines in it, which I don't right now, or if the diff system was HTML aware and gave me a semantic HTML diff. That would be also pretty cool, but we don't have that. I think this last thing is not going to happen anytime soon. I think that maybe one day humanity will have semantic diffing for common enough file formats integrated with source control, but I don't know if I will be alive to experience that. Hopefully my children or the children of my children will be able to experience that. It's fine. Such is life. We are basically pioneers to some degree. So what do we do now? Well, I guess I can add more stuff to that thing. I guess what would be nice is to add things to my snapshot tests as a function of what I'm doing. Oh, you know what? Also, I need to solve the problem that I need to solve the problem that all these websites will collide. Like they will have overlapping indices if I put them in the same cache directory. That is pretty sucky. That is pretty sucky indeed. That is pretty sucky indeed. I'll worry about it once I decide to add more than one website. So, well, let's see. What behavior might we be interested in testing? There's a nice paper on minimal typed structure diffing. It even comes with an implementation in Scala. I thought porting it to Zig would be really nice. Does this stuff even can integrate with Git diff? Because honestly, if I had the ability to somehow offload the diffing, displaying, diff rendering to a different program, I think there's a flag to do that in Git. If there was one, it would be nice. I think there's even a flag to normal diff. I wouldn't hate that. Well, another option is maybe to tell, for example, to the CMark parser to do like pretty rendering. Although, you know what? I don't think it's the CMark parser's fault. I think it's my fault. Now that I think about it, the CMark doesn't do much rendering at all. It's mostly me. And it's on me to implement stuff like new lines and indentation, and I don't do any of that at all in my rendering code. So yeah, I take this back. This is entirely on me, or almost entirely on me. Yeah. Okay, it's something that we will worry about, I guess, in the future. But I really like this. I really, really, really like this. So let's add another behavior. So let's go to our website and let's implement in a subsection something that I've seen Mason do that I like. Basically, I'm gonna recreate the things that Mason was doing that he was having trouble with because Zine was broken. And let's put it in our snapshot testing so that we don't regress it in too soon, at least. So the idea is this. We're going to have let's call it archive. And then we have archive/2024 and archive/2025. So I guess I'm going to call it second. And then we need index files. Archive.html. No, I want a template. Okay, we're gonna have the title, and there we're gonna have, let's see. So this is the archive, right? So here we want to basically do for every subsection. So we can't do full recursion because we can't do like full recursion right now. But we will go with the assumption that it's like a 2-layer system. So we expect basically to have subsections and then them to contain pages. We don't expect pages inside subsections to contain other subsections. So that's fine. That's reasonable. So how do we do this? So we're gonna do div, and then here we're gonna do loop page dot sub pages. We're gonna do loop page dot sub pages, and for each one of these guys, we're gonna say, well, I guess we can do it like this. No, okay. For each one of these guys, we're gonna do h2. We're gonna print the title of the section as an h2, and then we're gonna do div. We're gonna loop. It's gonna be loop .it dot subpages. Again, this is gonna be h3. So we're gonna print the title of that subpage, and I think we should also link it. So this is actually, I guess, the anchor. Maybe we should do it also with the h2, the same stuff. So I think this is how it should be. Oh, href is without a colon. Okay, so I think I have the archive done. That's good. Then, so this is good. And I think I also want archive entry, maybe .html. Also, I don't have a year page. What do I do for each year's page? I can do like archive year and then archive entry. I think archive year is not important. I don't care about it much. I'll do archive entry. So for archive entry, what we want to do is none of this stuff, actually. We just want the page title, the content, and then let's do previous and next. But we want to also go across years. So let's see. If $page dot previous page. So if we have a previous page, this is probably a CTX, I guess. So if you have a previous page, what we want to do is, let's do it as a div, yeah. That contains a anchor. Which, you know what, at this point, this can be a div. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, but I see it because if I make it a div, then the div will show up as an empty div if the if is false. That's certainly a choice that I made in designing this system. Okay, let's give it a CTX. Okay, if there is a prev page, we do this. But now we need the opposite. If it does not have a prev page, so if has prev, also now that I think about it, this has a question mark. If has prev dot not, so it does not have a prev, then now we want to ask if there is a prev from the parent section. So we want to do I guess we want a nested CTX. I want to say if $page dot parent section dot prev page question mark. Of course, Prime is writing to the article. Oh no, what is the article, Andrew? Is it a blog post of mine? I can only take so much drama at any given point in time. I already had my fill today. I don't want more drama. Oh, you mean the one that complains about Zig? I'm actually fine with that. I see no problem with that. Let's see. I'm opening it in another tab. Oh yeah, that's fine. So if link, blah, 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 we're saying, so we'll look at the parent section, we look at the prev page, we unpack it. If it's present, we don't want to link that directly because the previous of our parent section is going to be another year. So we don't want to print the year. We want to print, I guess, the last article in the previous year. So we're going to do, we need another CTX basically. It's a bit gnarly because we have a bunch of conditions to worry about. So we want in here CTX. I wish I had else. It's kind of annoying that I never implemented else. This would be a good use case, I think, for else. But it's also not the end of the world. I think this is okay in the meantime. So we want to do another if, and we say if the previous page section dot sub pages. I think I should add an optional way of grabbing the first and last element of an array. Something like, dot first question mark or last question mark. I think we should do this. let's add first and last to an array. There's also at, but at errors out. So we could do at 0. We could do at question mark, but that at question mark, like for first, that would work, but for last, I mean, it would be at question mark, but you would need to pass in the length of the array, which for us would be annoying because it would require doing things. I mean, at the end of the day, like first and last kinda, or either that or we accept like negative indices and like to start from the last. So we could do at -1. Or we leave at as something that just errors out, doesn't give you optionals, and the only optional things that you can do is just first and last. Honestly, that wouldn't be bad. So let's assume that we have first. So we grab the first, and then we say, yeah, this is going to be our new if. And we link that. Okay, so with this, we should have, so we came up with this thing that's like new. We'll have to implement it, but this should allow us to basically express this pattern correctly. We need next. We need kind of to do the same with next. If there's a next page, then we print next. If it doesn't have a next, if has next is false, then we do parent section and we do next page. And then we want to do last. Like this. And we say next. Yo, if I host a Zig Show timetable fireside chat at my next conference, can I have a shirt? Hey, Matt. You know what? Jokes aside, I haven't looked into the t-shirt printing website in a long time. I would have to, well, first of all, remember even which website I was using because I don't even remember that. And then I would have to see if I can start production again. I also would need to design new t-shirts because the logo has changed since the past. And I never designed t-shirts with the new logo. So you know what? I would say the answer would be yes. And you would even get a t-shirt with a new logo, assuming that I, can actually pull it off. Okay, so this is not too cursed. This is like, honestly, for me, this is in the realm of acceptable. Would it be nice to make this more streamlined? I don't know. Maybe. Honestly, this pattern seems common enough that it might be worth, do something like previous uncle, next uncle, meaning go up one level. Just because this pattern seems not super unique. It seems reasonable to give people a shortcut. But at the same time, as it is now, it's pretty explicit what's going on, and everything seems to make sense to me. So we have this. Okay, let's see what happens if we run zig build. Zig build test. So if we run zig build test, we got failure. Right. So we got some failure, but also it's because all these files are empty, and so we're ignoring them. So we're basically just showing a diff for these new files. That's fine. So this is all, yeah. Not great because we need to, okay, we just need to add the SMD stuff. So archive index SMD. Uses the archive thing. This just says archive. And then we have these two index files. Archive 2020. Oh, let's just call it 2024. These guys can have index as their page. It's fine. I also need to set their dates accordingly. So this should be 2025. Because they will need to be sorted correctly. I don't think I will do so much work in order to get a shirt. Oh, so now you're chickening out, huh? So you started at like... So this was a game of chicken all along, huh? Okay, so now we need to worry about first and second. So this is first. $2024. Let's give it a 2024 year. It's fine. It won't change much. This is an archive entry. Oh, actually, this doesn't matter. I can just write lorem ipsum in these guys. Okay. Okay, now let's watch this fail more strongly. There we go. Yeah, what's it saying here is, yeah, so there's no first, there's no last. Let's go add that stuff. So to add this stuff, by the way, this is beautiful because this allows me to edit Zine and a test website all from one repository without having to go back and forth. Man, this is streamlining so many things. Why have I not done this earlier? I don't know. Okay. So we want to go into page. And no, we don't want to go into page actually. We want to go into array. What does array have? So there's slice. Let's say there's an array from the first value inclusive to the second value exclusive. The second value can be omitted and defaults to the array's length, meaning that invoking slice with one argument produces suffixes of the original sequence, i.e. it removes a prefix from the original sequence. I mean, yeah, that's, you know what? It was probably clear enough without the extra thing. Note that negative values are not allowed at the moment. Okay, and then it has at. Returns the value provided index. Yeah, let's do first and last. I see no problem with this, honestly. It has length. It has empty. Okay, let's add first and last. Is it uppercase optional? Oh, I think it's many actually. Yeah, that's what I want. Many, any. So first, there's no let arg. Actually, yeah, no, there is. If different than zero, return bed arg. We don't switch. We don't parse. We don't do this. So we want to do this. If r dot underscore items dot len is 0, then return null. I don't remember how to. I think it's value dot null. Maybe is that a thing? Okay, we have to figure out how to return null, and then otherwise we return items at -1, len -1. You know what? I shouldn't have copied this thing so early. It's much better to copy the modified version that I'm creating now. So, okay, let's figure out how to return null because I do not remember how to do this. Paige surely has more experience with null. Optional.init. There we go. Optional equals null. Oh, optional has a null thing also. So I can do this. Yeah, which is that thing. It's just so that you don't have to type it every single time. Okay. So first, blah, 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 returns optional null. I don't have optional. This is going to be first. And actually, I'm dumb because this is actually 0. And this is going to be last. I need to fix this error message, right? So expected 0 arguments. If length is 0, then otherwise grab the last one. Okay, I think we are pretty much good here. Let me fix this. Okay, so in theory, I can run test and this should not fail anymore. Let's see if anything else fails. Okay, we got failure. What's the problem? Last, evaluated to type page. Oh, right, I made a mistake. We need to do this. Optional.init. Oh, it turns out that maybe GPA was needed after all, huh? There we go. So let's see. Now we have all these new files. There's a bunch of white space. Fine. And then it prints next. And then, so let's see. We are in first post in 2024. And we're saying next is going to be second post in 2025. That is indeed correct. And then in, what is it? This is the in archive index. It contains, this is wrong. It only contains 2024. Where's the 2025 post? Okay, this is a little bit worrying because this is missing something. Then archive 2025 index HTML. Yeah, contains 2025. Oh, I'm dumb. Wait, I'm dumb. This is the 2024 archive. This is the 2025 archive. And each contains only its own content. That is indeed fair. So where's the main archive? Oh, then we see second. Second has a prev in 2024 first, yes. While the main archive index contains, let's see, 2025, which contains second, and then 2024, which contains first. So yeah, this is all correct. This is all indeed correct. Okay, so since this is all indeed correct, basically we have introduced first and last. Let's see if we can do doc test. Is doc test part of this repo? No, it's part of the official website, so never mind. We don't do doc testing here. So wait, what? What's doc test? I should call it docgen, sorry, not doc test. It's an extremely overloaded term, by the way. So if I go on Zine ssg.io, so the Zine website, okay, let me remove this garbage here. So I can do this. I can do zig build doc. I think it's docgen. Yeah, docgen. So docgen generates the reference documentation for Super HTML and Super MD. I just added two new built-ins to arrays in Super HTML. And what docgen does is generate these docs. So if I do, I think I can do GD content slash docs slash super HTML and then scripty, then you will see that some things have changed. So I have these docs that previously next page didn't have a question mark. Now it does have a question mark. And then link ref and then alternative. And then there's footnotes question mark that I never generated docs for, or at least I haven't committed. So we have footnotes, and then we have more stuff that changed. Including array first. So long story short and last. Wait, why is this saying at 0 and last? Why is this diff like this? Wait, did I nuke documentation for... Did I by mistake nuke the documentation for at? Oh my fucking god, I completely nuked at. My bad. Oh no. Okay, let's go find at from the committed source code. Whoops. Okay. There we go. Now we have first and last without nuking at. At is still as it was before. Man, good thing that I caught this. That would have been embarrassing. So yeah, so now we have first and last. So zig build test, just to make sure that everything is up to the last version. Came over to Twitch because the YouTube chat API broken. Yeah, sorry. I haven't fixed it yet. It's so annoying. I hate YouTube for this. But yeah. So, okay, now I can finally do git add and git commit. What will we say here? Introduce add, I guess. Array.first. And array.last. This is beautiful. So now, in any case, I'm gonna add this to the website. Okay, so we're running Zig build test. Wow, this is taking a while to run. No, wait. I mean, there we go. I'm surprised that this took this long. But in any case, we're good. Perfect. This is really nice. This is a really nice development experience, honestly. I am delighted at how easy it was to integrate, and man, how much bang it gives for the buck. Why have I not done this earlier? I'm such a dum. So what do we do next? Let's go to the website and let's tell people about this pattern, right? I think that's not a bad idea. So let's go do this and let's I guess the question is, should we cut a release of Zine? No, we can't, because we need Zig 014 to come out, and we need to say it needs to come out, and then we cut a release of Zine once 014 comes out. So this all cannot be part of the release, but we can, we can do some work in preparation of. So we're not going to publish a new version of the website, which announces the new thing, but we can make changes to it in the meantime. I just need to not push, basically. So I'm going to go in the FAQs, or what's it called then? Frequent. Okay. Let's see, RSS feed. Maybe we can add a note thing. Zine is super simple to set up, coming from an Emacs list-based SSG. Well, thank you. I can tell you that this is not yet its final form. Right now, I'm still depending on the Zig build system, but I'm planning on making a fully standalone version that you can still integrate in a Zig build process if you want. So that is not going to be regressed. But the idea is that if you don't need that, then you can run Zine without needing Zig at all, like at all. And that seems like, a pretty nice thing to do. So I want to add a note block. How do you do blocks? I forget. I think it's a block quote, right? That has at the top. $block, and then I don't remember the ID or class that I gave to it. I guess it's atters, and then it's warning, I think. I do it in the index. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay. The warning in this case is going to be it's unable to render pages loaded via scripty. Uh, okay. So link to your RSS feed. Wait, is the FAQ entirely about the feeds? What the heck? There has to be something else in there. No? Preserve all the links, inline generated content. Where is that stuff? Oh, here. I just missed it. Okay. Um, so what do we say? Prev next? Advanced Prev next? So it's real to add Prev next navigation to a page, but what if you would like to, for that logic to cross site section boundaries? More concretely, consider the following setup. Maybe I should go inside archive. No. No, you know what? Let's go from above. I think it's fine. Content archive. Although this is now gonna give it a link section. And now it's a link. Nice. And now it's linked also at the top. Yes, I should do it to everything. Also, let us see. Warning box. Warning. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, let's look at this setup. Missing a quote in here. In this example, archive is a section that in turn contains two other sections, 2024 and 2025. Let's say that you want posts in each year's archive to link to their next and previous post with the added constraint, with added logic. If the section they're in, for the next post, but also across years. As a concrete example, in this case, in the let's put it this way. In the example above, this would mean that that first Sorry for typical DB question. How hard of a task do you think it is to implement a web server in Zig/C that would do what Golang's built-in server does? Socket parallelism, request response structs. Not some fully compliant web server, just enough to accept requests from Nginx/Caddy. It's not terribly hard. There is an HTTP parser in the standard library, so you already have that done for you. I guess the question is, are you doing this for learning purposes, or do you just want to get something working? If you want to just get something working, then you might be interested in something like in Zap. Zap is a existing web server in Zig. It's not fully written in Zig. It wraps a C library called facile.io. They use async, and it's a C library, so it's pretty fast. And you don't have to worry about C much because you are given a Zig interface to it. So it's fully wrapped. So I don't think you have to even worry about it at all. So yeah, so this would be something that already exists and then you can use. And so if your goal is, I want to have a web server written in Zig, boom, there you go. If you want to do this stuff for learning purposes, honestly, my suggestion would be do something else, do something more interesting, because, it's not like a web server is terribly uninteresting, but there are more interesting things out there that I think if you're using a language, if you want to learn a language like Zig, exploring those would be dramatically better than just doing a web server, in my opinion. Like much more things to learn. Take a look at crafting interpreters, take a look at ray tracer in a weekend. There's a book that I did on stream recently called Operating System in 1,000 Lines of Code. Do this one. Although this one, it's a little bit, it's not super hard mode, but it is kind of hard mode because they use C, and then you would have to change everything to Zig, which is doable, but then it's also a bunch of bit fiddling, messing with CPU registers, and so it's easy to get confused. But I would say these things are more interesting if the point is to explore things like HTTP. Let's see, just implementing the HTTP specification would take most of time, and this is very interesting, I guess. I would say the opposite. I would say writing a parser in Zig is an interesting experience. I understand that, there's people that love writing parsers. I was never one of them. In university, you know how not most people, but plenty of people have a pet programming language, right? I never made a pet programming language. I never cared about this stuff. That said, even from this perspective, even coming from this perspective, I do think that it is really interesting to do parsers in Zig. Well, you know what? The point is not just to do a parser, because I think where the real insight is, if you're using something like Zig, is that you're not just doing a parser, but you should strive to create something more than just that. I'll give you an example. So I just said that I don't care about languages, right? Well, guess what? For the static site generator, I wrote an HTML parser and then a templating language. And the templating language that I use has these expressions that you put inside attributes. And this thing, it's a language in on itself. It's called Scripty. It doesn't have to be live in HTML. It's just like a tiny expression language that you can put wherever, that I happen to use in my HTML templating library. Which also in my case, it's a language that you can also put in Markdown. Here, this is Markdown, and I'm putting a Scripty expression in here. So I ended up doing this, and I also ended up doing this, a JSON alternative to change things that annoy me about JSON. By the way, I don't expect this to become big and popular, also because it's version 001. But here's the interesting part, okay? So far, I haven't told you anything particularly interesting. All I told you is that even though I wasn't a language lover, I ended up having to do some of this stuff because I wanted to create tuning for myself that behaved the way I wanted. Now, here's where things become more interesting. If you go down this path, you get the opportunity to do something that people, for some reason, just don't do, which is incredibly teaching, in my opinion. You can build tooling for this stuff. So for my JSON alternative, I didn't just write a random parser. I tried to write a decent parser that gives you good diagnostics when you get things wrong. And then I built tooling for it. I built an auto formatter. Oh, I haven't built it yet, but I plan to build a way of querying these files, kind of like JQ does, right? But JQ is not part of JSON. I guess my point is that JSON, it's weird how JSON is popular and there is no good tooling for it. There's a bunch of random tooling that you can use that, thank God, was created, but it was never part of the original package. So here I'm making my own version, and it does have auto formatting in it. It will have querying. By the way, guess which language I'm gonna use to express queries? It's spoilers. It's a language that allows you to create expressions designed to be like one-liners. Maybe you've seen it a moment ago. I have schema checking. I have format conversions. I have DLSP. Format conversions is not perfect. I think I only support JSON for now because supporting the other formats requires, well, writing a parser for the other formats, which is not something that I'm looking forward to. Not the whole point why I did this thing is because I didn't want to touch freaking YAML. But in any case, I have a language server and with editor integration and all this stuff. Like also for my HTML thing, I have editor integration. Like here you can see in the editor, I have auto formatting. So if I, what is it? Put spaces, it auto formats it back. So there's like a canonical representation. So it's more interesting if you see me do this when I'm developing, because basically while developing, it's common to have stuff indented at the wrong level, and then you just save, and then it puts it back in the right place. So yeah, I'm guessing the point is, what's cool is the parser is good because it's good practice, but what's cool is everything else. For example, the LSP, building it for WebAssembly so that it can run inside VS Code. This is all stuff that's very cool. What was the first example of more interesting thing to work on instead of a web server? You open some web page. Well, this is my JSON replacement. So I don't know. Let's say that you have a file format that you have beef with. You could make your own alternative file format. Even if it's not meant to be the next big thing, but you can. But I would still suggest that you attempt it, and then you build the tooling. You don't just build a parser, but you also go the full length and build the tooling. A static site generator also, if you want to try, like if you have static site generation needs, and making a small static site generator tailored for your needs, it's also pretty cool. And you don't have to write everything from scratch. You can still use libraries, and like you can use a markdown parser library, you can use an HTML parser library, and your templating language could be, very basic and doesn't have to be super fancy. What else can you do? There's like CLI tools. What I mentioned earlier was, so the website that I opened was 1,000 operating system in 1,000 lines. So just search for this and you will find it. But also you have crafting interpreters. This one is very famous once the page loads. Man, so slow. So crafting interpreters, extremely popular. Ray tracing in a weekend. It's another one. Like there's so much stuff out there that isn't the web, that especially if you mostly did web in your life, which I get it, by the way, because I also did a ton of web in my professional life, because I would say most of the jobs in tech are to do web stuff one way or another. Like learning Zig is an opportunity to see what else is out there, and it's super freaking cool. In my opinion, much more than yet another web server. That said, that's an opinion. So if web server is what you're really into, go for it. Oh, that's it. Okay, this is yeah, this is a good example. I think this was nice. This was a extremely productive stream. Like in not that much time, we with ease, without stressing over too much, but like without racing, but we implemented something nice. And now I also get to tell Mason that he can use prev page, next page, and then it just works. Hell yeah. Here's another idea, Caribbean. Make a game. Make a simple 2D game. Like make a Tetris game. Why not? That is also a possibility. I'm very happy with how things are going. So this is great. Yeah, this is really great. What do we want to do next? Let's see. So we have some better testing, that's for sure. Let's exit the Mason thing. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, gate status is fine. This is so cool. Let's see. I already did try games. In C, I wrote some 3D math perspective, learned object files to draw a map and move around, then switch back to web to work on something that may bring money. That's fair. I do think that 2D games is more interesting because it allows you to more easily to create, something functioning and compelling. 3D is a lot of work. And I mean, that's also what you pretty much described, right? Drawing a map, moving around, that's already a ton of work. With 2D, you know what's interesting? What you can do with 2D that is kind of fun. Here's another potential suggestion. Take a look at something like the Wasm 4. So Wasm 4 is a fantasy console. The idea of a fantasy console is imagine something like the Game Boy, or like the Super Nintendo. Those were physical consoles. They existed in the past. Technically, they still kind of exist, even though they're not produced. But the idea is that they are like very constrained environments. So you don't have gigabytes of memory. You don't have super high resolution, right? Those devices had very stiff limits. Wasm 4 is a fantasy console, so it's basically a virtual device. So this was never, implemented in hardware. That's why it's fantasy. But it has similar limitations than those devices. So it can output audio, but it can't do super complicated audio. It can output video, but it can't do super complicated video. And for example, every cartridge. So by the way, it's called Wasm 4 because it runs Wasm games. So you making a game. So just like you learn about object files, right? You can imagine a Wasm blob kind of like an object file. Not exactly. It's more like a dynamic library than an object file, I think. But roughly speaking, you create a blob of this thing, and then you feed it to the interpreter, to the Wasm 4 interpreter, and then your game runs. So in here you can see some examples. What's cool is that it gives you like not too complicated APIs, and by limiting what you can do, for example, every cartridge can be up to 64 kilobytes. So your game has to fit inside 64 kilobytes. It has to. So you make a game like this, and then you can play it. You can put it in a console and play it. So for example, what's going on in here? I don't know. This is a game, I guess. Am I doing anything with these things? I'm rotating my head. Why am I rotating my head? What is the point of rotating my head? Oh god. One of our people has disappeared. Please save her. So you see, the point is that by being limited, you can push your creativity further than you would be able to if you were given like the Unreal Engine. For example, uh-oh. Huh. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay. So yeah, that was pretty much it. I think I'm happy with how everything went, and I don't think I have anything else that I want to do right now, right away. I think that for this stream, I'm happy with the results. We need a playthrough of Rhea. Yeah, maybe I should stream that. That is true actually. Maybe I should. Yeah. Well, thank you everybody. Have a nice day. And here, let me see if there's anybody that I should raid. Anybody doing Zig? In the Z community, there was no mention. So yeah. Oh no, you know what? Here's what I'll do. No, I'm not gonna interrupt the stream right away. I have one last chore to do. To prepare for my stream tomorrow, I have to build a fork of LLDB. So I need to do this. Okay, let me. Oh man, I don't have Borg here built for Linux. Wait. I think I pushed everything in Borg. I'm updating Borg so that I can put Borg in the new thing. Why am I having this problem right now? Because the latest master has the problem. Right, I think I never fixed it. I depend on a library that hasn't been updated to the latest stuff. Let's see if they updated it in the meantime. Maybe. Let's see. So I can do zig fetch, save, Carl, Seguin, slash. I think it's websocket.zig, right? Oh no, still doesn't work. Come on, man. That's unfortunate. Let's see if I can do this. Actually, zig up list. Do we still have this? I'm gonna use this only to build Borg, so I can have Borg on Linux, and that's it. I can't believe this. Why am I cursed? Why am I cursed? Also, wait, why is this like this? Am I looking at something wrong? Is this another dependency that's having trouble? It is WebSocket. That is so annoying. I'm also confused though. Why is this a problem now and was not a problem previously? Did I pick the wrong version of Zig? No, this is definitely the slightly older version of Master that used to work with WebSocket. That is so annoying, man. What's funny is I don't even care about this stuff. So you know what? Let's do this. Tests. Once a lazy path. Let's give it a lazy path. I don't even care if this works or doesn't work. Like, just... I'm not testing anything. Just build. Oh, and now we have file system name woes. Okay. This is actually not bad. I'm going to fix these problems, get Borg to build, and then I'm going to kick off the other build that I need to start. So we have to fix in main. We have display, which is still uppercase. Okay, so what happened is that we never successfully... Which display are we using? Normal display, okay. Next problem is network auth Twitch. Uppercase auth. And auth is lowercase. Auth is definitely lowercase. But this wasn't updated. That's what you get for developing on a Mac. So in the meantime, let me see. So no, this is not what we want. Okay, so we build. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I want to do Command Shift D. No, Command D. Command New. Then resize this. Then here we do Command Shift D. New. Tabs. It's been a while since I did it last. And then here we want a vertical split. Right, because this covers my camera. My camera has changed. Well, no, I just didn't pick the right size. Yeah, that works. So can I not have a click here? Yeah, of course I'm logged out. Give me a sec. I don't even remember my password. There we go. Okay, so we should have Bork also in there. Is this way or i3? This is i3. Okay, next thing, let me see. What else do I need to do? Okay, so we don't have a lot of free space. So let's see. Let's hope that everything works out well. Let me remove some stuff. Let's see what else do you want to nuke. I think I want to nuke Kitty. Actually, I'm not sure. I might be using it. Templates videos. Why is there an uppercase templates thing? Okay. When can we get fuzzing on macOS? Well, if you use ZKFL Kit, it works on macOS also today. But you will need to basically you will need a build of LLVM, which to be fair, it's not hard to get your hands on macOS. The fully native stuff, I think, is going to require more work from Andrew. Okay, so let's see. Oh my god, this is already taking forever. Wait, can I not do a shallow clone? Do I really need the history? Wait a second. I don't think I need the history, do I? How do you do a shallow clone? I forget. Git clone shallow. depth equals 1. That seems much better. Hopefully. Yeah, like we have definitely fewer objects to worry about. My free space. So I need in here I need to enter in a Nix shell that has none of these things. Nope. I think it's one with Python. I think I need this. MLAG was saying that I also need lib edit, and so I think with Python 3 I'm good. I need lib edit swig. So swig works. Lib edit works. Wait, which one did not work of these? Why was he telling me? Wait, why was Nix search path entry Nix packages does not exist? Ignoring. I'm guessing. Wait, none of these because otherwise it would error out. So, whatever. Okay, let's see how far we get with this. Copy. Oh, right. Was I actually supposed to run cmake from here? Like the first command? Oh, wait. I think I actually never ran it. Copy. Wait. Could not find Python and Swing. Missing Python 3 libraries. Python include LERBs, DERS, LLDB enabled Swig. Find Python and Swig. Is dev a thing? Dev? No. Let's see. Could not find Zwig. Found unsuitable version 3.0.14, 12, but required is at least 4. Okay, so we need a newer Zwig. Oh no. Bye X2. Thank you for stopping by. Can I do Zwig 4? I can do Zwig 4. Is this enough to make you happy? Dude, you look, running verbose mode. Okay. Okay. I guess I need to delete build before I rerun CMake. Yeah. It needs to redetect stuff. Okay. Success. So all we needed was week 4. What a joy. Let's see how long that will take. So we started at 47. Okay, so the build seems to be proceeding, so let's just leave it there. Actually, how am I doing on space? So I still have a bunch of gigs, so hopefully it doesn't take 30 gigabytes to build that thing. So this was nice. Question about memory allocations. Okay, I have an algorithm which creates a reasonably big map in a loop. If I recreate it on each iteration, the algorithm is 40% faster than when I create it outside the loop and call clear retaining capacity. I wouldn't have expected that, but it looks like memset is slow. It's an array hash map. But it shouldn't matter, right? If it's clear retaining capacity, there shouldn't be any allocator work happening. Am I wrong? Clear retaining capacity should basically just set len to 0. It shouldn't do anything else. Maybe in debug mode, it should also write undefined. But really, it should not matter at all. Yeah, send your source code. If you don't know where to put it, if you have it like on GitHub, then great. If you're just looking for a place where to paste it, go to zigbean.io and you can, it's like pastebean just for Zig. How are we doing here? Not bad. So we started at 47. Oh man, okay? This is like you created a tailored README. Okay. So let me type my findings and the related questions in here, as I expect it will be much easier to read and follow than in a tiny chat window. I've been working on an algorithm for work, which is done in Rust, but I thought it would be nice, a nice personal challenge and a good opportunity to learn Zig to see if I could implement the algorithm in Zig and see how it compares to Rust and Go, languages typically used at work, in terms of performance and ergonomics. So after implementing a first naive version of the algorithm in Zig, I was quite curious to see if there were any potential performance gains I could make, so I created a flame graph to see which functions were called the most. As the naive implementation uses a lot of hash maps and sets, so again, hash maps in Zig, in a lot of loops, it wasn't a big surprise that the most used stack frames were related to allocating the allocating memory for those hash maps and sets. So my initial thought was that I could probably get a performance gain by pre-allocating, so using ensure total capacity, the hash maps and sets and reusing them in the loops, so using clear retaining capacity. But to my surprise, the algorithm took significantly longer to run. Zoom zoom. So I created a new flame graph to see what was going on and noticed this time that the most called functions were related to the hash map iterator functions. When having a closer look at how those are implemented in SCD, I noticed that they loop over the full capacity of the map and not just the used capacity, as I understand why after reading the code. As some hash maps can have big spikes, I gave a reasonable big number to ensure functions to allocate capacity for all cases, but this now meant that each hash map in each loop was big instead of just one or two in a few loops done by the previous version. So I assume that this is why the hash map iterator functions were now the most called functions instead of the allocations of the previous version, and why the code was now slower. So the next idea was to use an array hash map instead of a hash map, as I could then walk over the keys by looping over the backing array instead of using an iterator. Yet, when trying this version, it was even slower than the second attempt. This time, the most called function was the clear retaining capacity function. This makes sense because we removed the excessive allocations and the allocations and next the use of iterators. So it makes sense that now clear retaining capacity is being called the most. Yet what I don't understand is why the code was now again so much slower. So my questions are, is my assumption why the second version was slower correct due to the capacity and how iterators work? Can you explain why the last version is even lower than the first two? And maybe most important, do you know how I can check C/debug where the most time is actually spent so that I know what parts to look at when trying to improve performance? As I somewhat doubt it's actually the functions that show up as most called used in the flame graph. Does clear retaining capacity really take so long? I'm on a Mac, so I use both Flame Graph RS and instruments. Yet I'm not really familiar with the instruments. Yeah, I'm neither to inspect what's going on. Yeah, I think all this stuff is really hinting at the fact that you might not be running this stuff in release mode. When you're running this stuff in debug mode and you call clear retaining capacity, by the way, this can all, I think, be solved by looking at the implementation of clear retaining capacity. I think this will enlighten you. By the way, yes, to double check, how are you building this? Like, how are you building the executable? Because if you're just calling zig build, then you are creating a debug build. And let's look at the implementation of clear retaining capacity. So I'm going to open a random zig file so that I can then go to definition there. std dot array list. Oh, well, in our case, it's an array hash map, right? So this calls unmanaged clear retaining capacity. Okay, pointer stability lock. This is a no op unless you're opting into this stuff, so you can ignore these things. And then let's see what happens. Entries length 0, and then I guess the difference is that this is not a array, right? This is array hash map, so there might be more stuff to do. Let's see. Index header. What it does is header capacity index type. If it's a U8, it mem sets everything to empty. Okay, so the problem is that you're using a hash map. So resetting the hash map requires basically zeroing some parts of the hash map. Well, I mean, I don't know if empty is a 0, but it does seem like it's a 0 basically. So now, if you look at, let's look at array instead, because we were going with array list, right? In array list, clear retaining capacity does 0. Oh, it doesn't even set to undefined everything else. So it literally just does items.len equals 0. Okay. Let's take a look at the source code. Oh, there's also a timer on the time that I think makes this slightly easier. Let's see what's going on here. So here's what I suspect happens. If reusing that hash map requires zeroing a bunch of memory, by recreating it, either you were forgetting to free that map and so you were leaking memory, and unfortunately I cannot know because I don't see that source code, although you do have a deferred init here, so you probably were not. And so if you were not leaking that memory and you were correctly freeing it, what was probably happening, my guess, is that you were basically getting zeroed memory from the OS for free. So the idea being that zeroing that memory takes some work, but then maybe creating a new, although init should do zeroing for those as well. Would it not? That is an interesting question. You know what? I actually don't know what the answer is, because even if you get zero memory from the OS, I don't think the zig code can guarantee that fact, and so it would need to, in any case, mem set that memory to whatever it wants. No, well, you will get zero memory from the OS. I don't know how. I don't know if GPA would like immediately give you the same memory as before. But in any case, I think that in any case, the code is unconditionally just resetting everything. So let me try to understand a little bit more what's going on. That's not enforced. You can get uninitialized memory from Linux. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So you make a GPA. Then you init a hash set, which is an array hash map of hash maps. Then in a loop, you put void into this guy. Array hash map. Do you have a reason for this to be this complicated? I think you can use auto array hash map for all these things, by the way. Like you can use the auto version of all these things. Okay, you know what? Let's clone this repo and let's start messing with it and let's see what happens. Is this guy building in the meantime? Okay, so this guy is building, having a good time in the meantime. I don't have poop. Don't tell me that people don't build poop for macOS. Really? Expected type pointer to void found pointer to this thing. I mean, come on, man. Function with non-void return type, blah, 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 implicitly returns. What is going on, man? Why is this like this? Perf event open. Where does it return? Right. Where's the Linux? Poop depends on Linux APIs, so there's no direct equivalent. Even though I mean this stuff is in POSIX, so if it's in POSIX, it should be available also macOS. Okay, no poop. So, no lorries. What do you mean? And so I guess my point is, wait, listen. Either that function does not belong in POSIX because it's not part of the POSIX standard, or if it does belong in POSIX, then macOS needs to have it. Like it has to be one of the two. Okay, so no poop. Okay, do I have hyperfine? I don't have hyperfine, so I guess brew install hyperfine. OS observability stuff is not POSIX, then it shouldn't live inside POSIX.zig. Let me double check this. What's it called? Perf event open. Then it shouldn't be in POSIX. Right? It has to be one or the other. Okay, so no poop. We make do with hyperfine. So hyperfine perf text. Yeah, keep in mind this is gonna be painful because we have a ginormous C++ build happening in the meantime in the background. So yeah. No poop in macOS. I'm pretty sure there's a ton of poop in macOS. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. So this is a long, it takes to run this thing 10 runs, range, blah, 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 user, 800 milliseconds. Okay. That's on you though for using macOS. Well, I do have Linux here, but Linux is busy running this other stuff. So I just want to be comfy. Sorry. Okay. So let's turn this stuff into our auto versions so that we can simplify things, right? Max load percentage. I mean, you know, if you want to tweak these things, I guess it makes sense. But in our case, I don't think there's anything to gain with this. Then let's see if it builds. Or if we get a compile error. Okay, so it builds. So changing to the auto version, doable, easy. Now, I guess the next question is, why is this a hash set of... Why is it an auto array hash map? Oh, wait, they are not nested. I thought there was some nesting going on, but no, there's no nesting at all. What's happening is that, okay, I'm guessing you have two alternative implementations, right? Because you want to see which one behaves better. Well, I think the array hash map is slower because there's more indirection necessarily. Remove from index by index. Jesus Christ. Remove index entries from the new length onwards explicitly. Oh no, we want clear, right? Clear retaining capacity. Okay, so this is the one. Okay, let's look at clear retaining capacity of just hash map. If self.metadata, init metadata size 0, available is truncate. So auto hash map has a much faster clear retaining capacity. Auto array hash map has a clear retaining capacity that it seems it has to do more work. So your goal for now is to just make this faster. Okay, so what are you doing? You're creating a hash set. You ensure a given total capacity. And then you're looping a lot for 0 IDX. Oh my freaking God. Now, put assumed capacity. I'm not sure what this code is supposed to be doing, sorry, because you go from 0 to 10,000, and that's going to be your IDX. So the first loop is going to be from 0 to 0, so it does nothing. Then it's going to be from 0 to 1, and it's going to put 1 inside here. And then it's going to be 0 to, well, it's going to put 0, sorry. And then it's going to be 0 to 2. And so you're going to put 0 and 1. You are like also overriding a lot of stuff. Like maybe that's your goal. This is a simplified extract. Okay, so maybe, okay, let's assume that that is indeed your goal. And then map.keys count plus 1. So you're looping over keys. And then you're resetting it. And you're doing this a ton of times. Wait, am I missing something? Why is it taking this long? Because it's a build, it's a debug version. That takes 26 seconds. Okay. Well, release fast. Doesn't print anything because it's std log. Okay, so let's not do std log. Okay. Yeah, the fact that you don't read this stuff, it makes it harder to understand what exactly gets like fully elided or not by the compiler. That's the problem with these type of like benchmarks. Use the count after the loop. Okay. So you were saying that moving this into the loop makes it faster. Was it done this way or did you do it in a different way? I guess, let's see, if I don't use count, you're right, I shouldn't be calling clear retaining capacity, but yeah, out of curiosity, what happens if I don't do count? Yeah, it doesn't get super stripped. Okay. So I'm gonna keep it here. Wait, okay, I'm gonna keep the usage of count. I'm gonna move it. Okay, so this is our baseline. How long does this run? Ah, so in that we were right about this after all. Yeah, do not do the bug mode. Yep, do not do the bug mode. The way you can make this comparable with this approach would be to do this. You have GPA. By the way, let's do this. GPA state. I don't remember if it's oh, it's on the state that needs to be done. Retain capacity. Clear. Okay, let's go figure it out. I don't remember. Reset mode. Reset. Oh, you have to pass reset mode. What's going on? Reset mode. Free all retain capacity. Retain with limit. So with this approach, you're kind of getting roughly the same performance, but it's still more work. I think that ultimately the best bang for your buck is this. It's this one. Yeah. I think this is going to be consistently the fastest option. The one with the arena wasn't bad, but it's still more back and forth. So comparable, I guess, but yeah. So by the way, your woe. Yeah. So now you know. For profiling, you don't need a debug build in order for the profiler to be able to read symbols. I didn't know that. That is a good question. That is indeed a good question. So what is definitely true is that a debug build is not like a representative sample of what happens in release, because optimizations will change the performance characteristics of your program or like of specific functions dramatically. So things that are like certain functions that are like super slow in debug can become super fast in release. So yeah, debug is not representative. The point about symbols, that's a good point. And so you know what? I don't know the answer, because the question would be, can you make a release build that keeps symbols around? And the answer is, I'm not sure we do, and I'm not sure there is an option to do that currently in Zig. I am fairly confident that if it's not supported now, it will be in the future. But yeah. That said, here's another thing. I'm not sure you necessarily need symbols. Yeah, the question is whether you can in Zig specifically. Yeah, I think there's another aspect of this, which is you don't necessarily need symbols to be able to resolve things, because I believe that you can symbolicate like a stack trace or like given an address, I think you should be able, you know what, actually, though I don't know which tool would be able to do that, but I believe there are ways of obtaining information. Debug info still works in release. There we go. How does it work? Okay, like if I wanted to do this, if I wanted to profile this application, how would I do it? There's no way that's not true. I mean, I'm sure there is a way of making this work. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure this is currently supported by Zig in a trivial way, like going to build.zig and then saying keep debug info. Just so that we're clear. Let's see, optimize mode. These ones we know. Let's see what is, if I search for info, what does it find? Other stuff. Debug. Finds debug panic. No mention of debug info. You use perf. Well, we mentioned instruments. Where's instruments? Oh, it's on my dock. So how do I how do I profile an application? Activity monitor, allocations, app launch, audio system trace, game memory, time profiler, CPU profiler, time profiler, choose a target, context switch sampling, high frequency, record kernel start attacks, record waiting threads, points of interest, exclude OS log messages, hangs, enable priority inversion detection, hangs, thermal state, record pause, choose target. Oh, it's in repros. How's the compilation going here? Okay, making progress. Still going strong. I had 34 gigabytes of free memory, dude. Why am I at 10 now? What is going on? God damn it. Can I get some zoom? How do I zoom, man? I'm trying to do like shift scroll wheel. Okay, like command shift plus. Okay. Oh, okay. I okay, it's too much now. Okay. So we got this. So initializing process creation. And then we got here. Perf test, main thread, start, main, coming with args. Yeah, this is definitely, this knows how to symbolicate everything, and this is definitely a release build that I just created. So I mean, you can even see it in the runtime, right? So in any case, I don't know. Okay, let's see what happened here in this window. How can I? If you click on choose target, you can select from disk as well. Yeah, I did that earlier. I already did it. So I selected perf test and then I pressed record and it recorded. I'm not sure what to do though from here. Like, what is this showing me? Call me with args. Yeah, there's like nothing to learn, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know, man. I clearly don't know how to use this tool, but it's also like an extremely synthetic benchmark. That's also, I think, another problem with it. I mean, the work is being done, so it's not being elided, but like very few things happen. And so apparently, a lot of time has been spent in this mem test routine, although that's not even Zig code. This is macOS. So it's like you're spending time inside the mem test, the mem set that macOS gives you. In any case, this was interesting. I'd be curious to, you know what? Let's benchmark something different. Let's see. I think my main surprise is due to the fact that it was a debug build. The thing I didn't understand was why it was lower when using the clear retaining capacity, but it was clearly not the case in release build. Yeah. So, for example, I think I can answer this question. So, some of the questions that you asked, without, if it wasn't a matter of you running a debug build, I wouldn't be able to answer your questions with full certainty all that easily. I would have to look more into it, and to be honest, I'm not really an expert in doing this kind of stuff. So chances are that I wouldn't be able to come to a particularly strong conclusion. But in this specific case, I can answer your question with full confidence and like very briefly. The core is this: when you're making a debug build will have, you see how in here clear retaining capacity is implemented as like this stuff gets lowered as a bunch of for loops, and it gets not optimized. Like in this case, okay, we even have a mem set, but there's other examples. Like for example, let's see, sd.mem.equal. If you look at sdmem.equal, you see that it has a for loop, right? It has a for loop that checks element by element the two arrays. Usually to equal, you pass, the type is U8, and so you're passing two strings and you're comparing two strings. And so this code is a for loop that does, well, a big for loop and then branching for each byte one at a time. In debug builds, this is literally what gets put in your executable. Like as it's written here, that's exactly what you get. But when you instead make an optimized build, every single time you make an optimized build, this gets optimized into something better. It gets optimized into a mem compare with maybe some extra like funky logic to be even smarter, SIMD and whatnot. So that is basically the kind of difference, the big difference that you have between debug builds and release builds. So in the case of here, like clear retaining capacity, why was that much slower in debug builds versus in release mode? I'm not sure, because this is not a for loop, to be fair. This is just a switch and then a mem set. And the mem set doesn't seem all too bad, to be honest. So let's see what index is. It's a function that gives you a pointer. So I don't know. It's a little bit less clear cut as it would be if it was like a straight up for loop, but it's definitely in the ballpark of things that change a lot between debug builds versus release. So now you know. I'm also happy that the Apple thing was able to pick up symbols on the release executable. So probably other tooling is able to do that as well. By the way, I want to try out a different thing now. Hey Melky, hello, welcome. I'm trying to learn as much Zig as possible, so I want to be here. Welcome. Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So here we're building LLDB. Seems to be doing fine. I hope that my disk space is going to be enough. Jesus freaking Christ. I had 30 gigabytes. I might need to make more space. I guess it's time to say goodbye to LLVM 18, guys. So say goodbye to it. How much am I getting back? Let's go. Give me more. More. 18 gigs. Okay. Hopefully 18 gigs will be enough for this thing. Jesus Christ. I have a question. If you want to build something with Zig that has a UI component like an editor, or visual component, is Raylib a good solution or not? I would say Raylib is not a bad solution. Raylib in general is considered to be a pretty nice one-stop shop for all kinds of GUI needs. If you want to have a alternative suggestion, okay, let me put it this way. Let me pull up Raylib. So what's nice about Raylib is that it's not just GUI. Raylib has a ton of things. Let me see. Libraries. So they have Ray Math, Ray Audio, Ray GUI, Ray PNG, Ray everything. So like there's even, I think, a Ray library that you can use to create installers, like install shield wizard style installers on Windows. So there's like a ton of things in Raylib. And so in general, I guess the idea is that once you buy into the Raylib ecosystem, then you can access all these Raylib things. So it's okay. And if you get into it, you will probably get a ton of mileage out of it. If your goal is to make a GUI application that has just a GUI and it doesn't do anything, you don't expect to do anything without it. You're not making a game. Let's see. I'm specifically trying to make a GUI for an IDE or something similar, maybe similar to like NeoVim 2. That's what I want. Okay. So if your goal is just to have a GUI, then there's, for example, DVUI. That's pretty interesting, in my opinion. DVUI is, less mature, I guess, than Raylib and other libraries of that kind. But what's nice about DVUI is that it's native Zig. One thing that you will learn by using C libraries is the C GUI libraries is that they're very verbose and they use a lot of tricks using macros. Basically, the reason why they make it easier for you to type out the code in C because you type out non-standard C syntax that then it's actually a macro that gets expanded in something more complicated, which is something that you cannot translate one-to-one to Zig because Zig does not support C macros. So doing basically interfacing with those C libraries from Zig is going to be a bit less ergonomic. What's nice about DVUI is that it's native Zig. So it's basically, by virtue of being native Zig, it's designed to be used from Zig. So it's going to be nicer. So what can I tell you that's interesting about DVUI? I mean, it builds also for WebAssembly and WebGL, so you can actually see it in action in your browser. Like what you're seeing here, this is not the DOM. This is DVUI. This is like a WebGL context as big as that covers the entire document. And like I can't right click. I'm right clicking now, and I can't right click. Like this selection code, this is not like the browser's text selection logic. It's like it's inside the DVUI. So you can, let's say, show demo window. Here you can see there's like a floating window. It tells you how many FPSs it does. And what's interesting is that it does not, if you don't like move your mouse, if there's no reason to update the UI, it does not update. And so it has a bunch of widgets and things that you can do, like, I don't know, text entry. Now, is this good enough to do a IDE? I don't know. Keep in mind that IDEs are like, they're not for the faint of heart. If you want to do IDE, but a GUI version of it, you will have to figure out yourself a ton of things related to text rendering, like a ton. But yeah, so you have it. So you can use the VUI. If you want an example of somebody, actually, you know what? If you want a different example instead, so still Zig, but not the VUI, I believe. We had Foxne earlier in chat. Let's see how Pixie is doing. Uh-oh, where's Pixie? No, I'm gonna keep Discord 2 under wraps for a while more. Oh, the GitHub pages thing, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, so Pixie. This is a pixel editor written in Zig. And let's see. What does it use? Let's look at the dependencies. I believe it does not use, yeah, it uses Zig EM GUI. So it uses Zig EM GUI, which is Zig bindings for DR EM GUI. Let's see, currently only backend is for Mac, but backends and APIs matter, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's not a lot of documentation in here. So let's go directly to DR, to DR EM GUI. So DR EM GUI is probably the most, so you mentioned Raylib, right? Raylib is a popular graphics and other stuff library. But the most popular graphical interface library is by far the DRM GUI. Like this has 63,000 stars, and it's like it's everywhere. I think every time you see like an interface kind of like this in an application, it's the DRM GUI pretty much every single time. And it's used by game dev people, etc. So yeah, there's also DRM GUI if you want. If you want a fast path for doing a text editor, getting some experience, and ideally not going insane, here's this idea. It's not GUI, it's TUI, so it's in the terminal. But there's this Kilo. It's a small text editor in less than 1,000 lines of code. So basically, this is a text editor, but in the terminal. So it's not a graphical alternative. And I believe that somebody might have even a like a guided version of this, like NeoVim. Yes, simpler, but like NeoVim. Let's see, Kilo editor book. I don't know if it's a book. Build your own text editor, but somebody did that. Yes. This is an introduction booklet that shows you how to build your text editor in C. The text editor is Antires's Kilo with some changes. It's about 1,000 lines of C in a single file, no dependencies, and implements all basic features that you expect in a minimal editor. So this is probably not bad because yeah, it's like it's a much more like constrained and feasible, and like you can follow these things. So I think it's also nice to have a book that gives you like some pacing, and it basically gives you like checkpoints, right, where you implement a new piece of functionality, and so you can like stop there. Like you do the new thing, you see that it works, you're satisfied, and then you do the next, you continue the next stream. And here's what I would say. Maybe once you've done with this, if you want to step it up to a GUI version, then you can do that afterwards. Yeah. So, okay, I'll share a link then. But that said, as for no problem. As for other projects, let me think if there's any other suggestion that I might have in that regard. Um, to be honest, this is a pretty decent one. Yeah. You know what? I don't think I have a better one. I think this is pretty decent. I haven't gone through it myself, but it's probably pretty nice. You also have, you also have the added funny thing where this is C code, so you will have to translate it to Zig. So there's going to be, a little bit of extra difficulty there, but not a ton. It's generally pretty easy to translate C code to Zig because the way abstractions are used is mostly the same. Occasionally, C has a few weird choices, but so like if you see something really weird done in C, you don't always have to repeat it one to one in Zig. You can sometimes get away with like making it nicer, but that's kind of it. Yeah. Like if you want a like quick reference, well, I mean, it's not going to work as a pure reference, but if you want to see an example of doing this kind of stuff, I have this. Maybe you can, I don't know. I'll give it to you as a reference point in case you're interested. I'm not necessarily recommending you really check it out, but a while ago, I did this same thing, but with operating system in 1,000 lines. This one is a little bit more hardcore. This one is like you set up a QEMU virtual machine, there's nothing in it, and then you start writing the kernel. And this book explains how the basics work, and it tells you, how to deal with CPU registers and what to put where, etc. So it's a bit more hardcore. But this is another example where there's like C code that I had to translate to Zig. Again, it's a little bit more involved. So there's going to be like a bunch of examples that are not going to even translate to your use case because like in your use case, for example, you won't have to deal with the register keyword, volatile ASM blocks. You won't have to deal with this. But more in general, if you're curious to see an example of somebody reading C code and translating that to Zig, this is one example. In the README, there's links to the VODs. Again, just for your reference, honestly, it's not like a super good resource. Given this, given that your goal is to write an editor. How we're doing here? Okay, so here we're still doing fine. Yeah, I think that writing an editor like Kilo, you're gonna have a good time. No joke. Also, my recommendation: build it inside Ghosty. Like use Ghosty as your terminal. Different terminal emulators, have different compatibilities, thingies, and whatnot. In the case of Kilo, you're never going to use probably anything particularly extreme that an editor, that a terminal will have issues with. But it's also a good opportunity to to show that you're doing this stuff in Kilo. Which, by the way, okay, I'll tell you one interesting anecdote. When I implemented, you're using WebSterm. You know what? WebSterm is fine. I would say WebSterm is definitely good enough in that ballpark. When I originally implemented this Twitch chat client that you're seeing here, Bork, I made this for myself. And the original implementation, I thought that I would need to have like a concept of diffing what the previous state of the terminal was before repainting, before like, whenever there's a change, maybe there's like a new message coming in, I only would want to repaint only the parts that changed and everything else. And I had this idea in my mind because I was using a terminal emulator that was so fucking slow that really repainting everything every single time something changed was perceivably slow. And so I thought I needed to be clever. Then after a while I switched to Kitty and I realized that no, I didn't need to do this. So Kitty, WebSterm, Ghosty, Alacrity, they're all good enough that like you can write interactive TUI applications in and you're not going to go insane. But previously I was using iTerm and iTerm was horribly slow. Okay, so this is still going. Here's what I want to do. I'm curious to see what Instruments has to say if I tell it to take a look at not perfect, but to take a look at another thing. Basically, what I think I'm going to do is try to see what the flame graph looks like when, for example, parsing a big HTML file and formatting it with super HTML. So here's how I'm going to do this. I have super HTML. I'm going to make a release fast build of super HTML. Hopefully this succeeds and I don't need to update anything in super HTML, please. Actually, that's... yeah. Wait a second. Wait, no, I hope mine does not. What the heck? No, mine is still going strong. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Food Terminal. That one is also pretty fast, that's for sure. Yeah. Okay, so this does not build. Well, let's hope that the build that I have is already a release fast build, but we'll see. Incomplete type. What is this thing? What is this turbo fish looking expression? Okay, so what do we want to do? We have super HTML. Hopefully it's a release version. I think it should be, though. And then we want to test it against a pretty chunky file. Langgraph. So let's see. Time, super HTML, FMT, langgraph.html. That was pretty fast. I expected this to be slower. What the heck? This is the Langgraph, right? It's pretty big. I mean, I'm happy with myself. I'm happy that my parser is fast. Out of curiosity, what happens if we break the syntax? It complains. Okay. Okay, so let's see if we can get a flame graph for this guy. Choose a target. Users, Christoph, Super HTML. Oh man, I have so much garbage in here. But that is not enough. Because I need to be able to give it like a environment variable arguments. There we go. Okay. Man, I had it and I was too hasty and I lost it. Ah, that's on me. That is indeed on me. Oh my god, I did it again! Oh, but I can do edit super MD. Oh my god. Okay. So what's the argument? Well, what's the working directory? Well, I guess I can give it an absolute path. So users, Christoph, Zig, 0.14.13.0 slash files slash doc slash what's the name? langref.html. That's a bad invocation because it needs to be fmt. This. Let's try again. There we go. My copy. Where's the rest? Where's the rest? No data. Plus instrument untitled. Duplicate threads, CPUs, instruments. I don't know where to look for info. Also, I had like yeah, I want this is what I want to see. Let's say high frequency. Why is time profiler mentioned twice in here? What does that even mean? Why is this twice in here? Okay, now we have more stuff. So high frequency definitely paid off. Okay, so what do you really see in here? Generic writer, counting writer, function dummy write, function write, fixed buffer stream, start. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I should be even looking for. POSIX open at Z, yes. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should be doing. What I should be looking at. Equal bytes. So it takes 4 milliseconds to run everything. Of those, 37% is spent inside start, which by the way, it's like I assume that's our no, there's another start. What? Has chain fix-ups. Why do we have so many starts? Tokenizer next, super HTML. So I think what happened is that it was so fast that it was unable to really sample anything. Find the source code for disassembly instructions. Yeah, it's fine, dude. Yeah, it's basically it was so quick that it had trouble sampling. I'm assuming. By the way, my computer is freaking out. I think we're at the linking phase. Let's go. We're linking. I don't have space for anything anymore, but we're linking. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this thing is supposed to give me. I don't know how to use it. And I don't know if it's just because my thing is just too, I don't know, simple and like there's more. There's definitely more than just this. I have an entire tokenizer, I have an entire parser. Like there's a lot of things going on. Way more than just what got sampled here. Let me try again. Let's see if another sampling is more interesting. Now it sampled some hashing going on. That has to do with some hash map, probably. Format buff. You know what? Maybe it might be worth trying this again once we are done, like building LLDB. That might be a good idea. I was running mem copy. Let's go LDB server. Virtual base LDB private scripted interface inaccessible in LDB private scripted stop hook Python interface due to ambiguity. Honestly, I wouldn't know what else to try and profile with this thing. The problem is also, there's the flame graph view, I guess. So this is like loading dynamic libraries, and then when we actually get started, it's just gonna be a bunch of mem copy, and then it really. I don't know. Not really that useful. Let's see. Does macOS have perf? I suspect that macOS just does not have perf. But even then, if it's sampling, then nothing is going to change, I guess. In the perf event, open system call, which is not standardized. Womp womp. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this to finish compiling, and then I'm gonna call it a day. By the way, this linking is taking forever. Why am I at 4 GB? Dude, I don't have space. Again, Nix. Nix GC. I forget what's it called. Nix dash GC. No. Nix. Delete a Zcache. Probably. Oh, GC is like git commit. God damn it. There's a. Isn't it like Nix something something dash dash GC? Nix. Nix what? It's not Nix shell. What other Nix dash things we have? Store. By the way, we in the meantime we got down to 6, and now we got back some space by deleting our store cache. 10 gigs freed. Oh my god, we survived. It was a 413. Jesus. Oh my god. It's like an action movie, huh? All of these for a 4 LDB. I sincerely hope it was worth it. It doesn't feel like that though. So, well, thank you all for hanging out. I think this is really it. We succeeded at building this stuff, so great. And yeah, I don't think anybody else is streaming. Let me double check. Nobody has announced streaming. Nobody is doing Ziggy, are they? So yeah, so I'm gonna call it a day. Thank you all for hanging out, and I hope you have a nice day. Bye bye.